The bookstore, welcome to my channel. Who's Chanting 360, Canadian. Welcome, welcome.
In a quarter of a mile, you'll arrive. Proceed straight on Sutton Place South. Drop off. You've arrived at your destination.
This is for Alexandra. You know Alexandra?
No more trips to the gas station or corner store to buy a Powerball ticket. Now you can kick back on your couch, click on the phone.
Say goodbye to those long Powerball Mania lines and say hello to Jack Pocket. Head northwest on East 55th Street toward First Avenue. Make a right turn on First Avenue. Turn right. You've arrived at your destination. Message from Chad. Be right there.
Hello?
Hey, that tenant wouldn't let me in last week because they got the flu. So sometime this week, I guess we're supposed to let me in.
Who is this?
Second Street.
Who is this?
This is Rich from Mercy Alarm.
And I don't know. How can I help you?
Maybe I got the wrong Manny. I might have the wrong Manny.
Ron.
I have a bunch of Manny's. All right. Sorry about that.
Yeah, I do.
Turn left on East 57th Street. In 700 feet, turn left on 2nd Avenue. Turn left on 2nd Avenue.
After 30 days, I could not believe my before and after picture. I literally rolled back the hands of time 10 years. When I first saw this product, I thought it looked kind of crazy. Didn't really understand.
right on East 45th Street. In 1,000 feet, turn right. In 900 feet, turn left. Turn left on Lexington Avenue, then turn right on East 47th Street. Turn left on Park Avenue, then turn right on East 47th Street. Avenue.
I can stop 48 and you just walk this way.
Yeah, that's what I was
It'll be
thinking.
faster.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. God bless you. Have a good day.
You as well. I
Good
really
luck.
appreciate
Be safe.
it. Thank you.
Red light camera reported ahead. Head southeast on East 48th Street toward Madison Avenue. Make a left turn on Madison Avenue. Just ahead, pick up Claudia on the left. Pick up Claudia on the left.
Oh, you're welcome. You're welcome.
In 900 feet, turn right on East 56th Street. Turn right on East 56th Street. right on East 72nd Street. In 1,000 feet, turn right. arrived at your destination.
Here's okay?
Yeah, here's perfect.
Okay, I'll get that. Thanks.
Thank you so much.
Oh, yeah. כן, מה קורה? צריכים לנקות D. יבוא מישהו בשעה 1 והם אמורים לצאת עכשיו, ויש שם מישהו ב-D, צריך לצאת וצריך לבוא מישהו.
צריך לצאת.
שלחתי להם הודעה, לא עונים לי, אבל תעלי... דפקי להם בדלת.
אבנר,
דפקי להם בדלת, שיצאו. צריכים לצאת ב-12. ב-D.
חכה רק רגע. איפה אתה עכשיו?
אני באפר איסט סייד.
אתה אומר, עכשיו,
רק שנייה, סליחה, נכנסת, נראה מי זה. הלו?
Hello, you have been successfully.
כן, אני איתך, מה את אומרת? אני איתך, מה את אומרת? הלו.
היום החמישי לחודש, נו, כמה תאריך?
היום 12 לראשון. מישהו יוצא מדירה D, וצריך לעלות לנקות עכשיו, כי מישהו אחר יבוא בשעה 1.
אוקיי, דירה D.
וכאילו על הדלת, שכתב לך את המפתחות.
אוקיי, דירה D,
צריכים לנקות עכשיו.
עוזב,
כן.
ודירה D,
יש לך...
וכמה זמן הם באים?
בא מישהו שם יובי, הוא רשום לפי הברונקס, one guest for night. תעריף של הברונקס.
4 לילות.
כן.
דורי קוראים לו?
ג'ובי. כן.
זה והוא בא 4 לילות.
כן.
זאת אומרת שהוא בא 12, 13, 14, 15. עוזב ב-16, כן?
כן.
ולפי מה הוא משלם?
ברונקס, תעריף של הברונקס.
מה זה תאריך של הברונקס?
56 ליום.
אז אתה צריך לעלות אולי את התאריך של הברונקס.
יכול להיות. ביחד הכל זה 246.
אתה מבין?
כן.
תראה, אתה מעביר לפה הרבה אנשים של הזה. אז אולי... רגע, עכשיו אין לך את הדירה בברונקס כבר יותר.
יש לי, אבל יש שם מישהו.
בסדר, אז למה שלא תעלה את המחיר של הברונקס?
כן,
זה יכול
באמת.
לפחות $70.
באמת אני אעשה את זה, כן.
עולה 80.
כן.
אבל אני לא הבנתי, אמרת שהחזרת את הברונקס, אז מה?
החזרתי את ארלם.
כן.
הברונקס יש לי שם הדתי הזה, שמעון, את זוכרת את שמעון?
כן, נו.
הוא שם, קבוע.
אז הוא קבוע, אז מה אכפת לך? בין כמוך אתה לא מזכיר את הברונקס. אז תשים כרגע לברונקס $80.
כן, זה מה שאני אעשה, אבל אני חושש שלא, כאילו שלא יקר להם, אני יודע, עכשיו מצב כזה פנדמיק, שכל המחירים ירדו, אפילו המלונות, את מבינה?
אז תעשה 70. אתה מבין?
או אולי 65, אני לא יודע. ננסה 65.
אני אתן לך מספר. בין כמה אתה עכשיו?
57.
אתה עוד לא יכול לקבל את ה... אני מקבלת את הזריקה בשבוע הבא בקווינס, בברוקלין.
אבל את סומכת על החיסונים האלה?
כן, בטח, איזה שאלה.
שלא תתחילי לדבר יפנית, אני יודע.
הלוואי? זה טוב.
יש תופעות לוואי, לא?
לא, אין שום תופעות לוואי. בודקים בישראל, יש לי את הצ'אנל של ישראל, אני שמעת. תקשיב, אני צריכה לנסוע, אולי אתה מכיר את זה. אתה מכיר בברוקלין ג'ונסון סטריט? ג'ונסון סטריט?
צריך אפשר לשים ב-GPS במפה, יכול להיות, כן.
105 ג'ונסון סטריט, אני צריכה ללכת. זה בית ספר.
כן, את שמה ב-GPS ואתה מגיעה, או שתקחי אובר או שתשימי ב-GPS. אני רוצה לעשות את הקוביד טסט, שיקבל אישור שאני בסדר, שאני אוכל לטוס לארץ. כי בלי הקוביד טסט יכול להיות שיעשו לי בעיות.
נכון, נו.
אז נראה איפה אני אעשה את זה, אני יודע. יש תורות ארוכים, כל מקום שאת הולכת יש תורות ארוכים.
תלך בקווינס, שמעתי שיש תורות יותר פחות ארוכים.
כן.
פה יש בשלישית ב-58, בשלישית ב-63 אני הלכתי אז. לא היה תור כל כך גדול. עמדתי 10 דקות בסך.
כן, אבל בשבילי זה בעיה, אני צריך חנייה וזה. אבל אומרים שנהגים של אובר, אני הרבה טרנספורטיישן, יש להם עדיפויות עכשיו, כמו ה-health worker, כל מי שעובד בטרנספורטיישן, נהגי מוניות, נהגים של אוטובוסים, רכבות, יש להם עדיפות ראשונה עכשיו, כי הם עובדים בציבור, בפאבליק.
כן. לא יודעת מה אני אגיד לך.
כן. טוב, תעלי תדפקי לדי, שקחי ממנו את המפתחות.
אין לך את הטלפון שלו?
של די? לא, זה רק הכל דרך אימייל, דרך האפליקציה.
אז אין לך את הטלפון שלו בכלל?
אני אנסה לבדוק טלפון, אבל אנשים לא עונים.
כמה הוא משלם זה ללילה?
זה גם התעריף של הברונקס, מה שנמצא עכשיו בדי. היה שם, בוא נראה כמה ימים היה.
כמה ימים הוא היה?
רק שנייה. One guest, 3 night.
לא יכול להיות, הוא היה בוויקנד. אני עליתי בוויקנד.
One guest, 3 H. One guest, 192. One guest, 3 night. One guest, 3 night. 192. כן.
מה?
זה של עדי. One guest, 3 night. אמור לצאת עכשיו. 192. אוקיי, תעלי תדפקי, אני לא רוצה שיצאו בלי המפתחות או משהו. אני אנסה לבדוק במצלמה, נראה מה הם נמצאים שם או משהו. אני יכול לשלוח את ג'וסלי?
כן, תכף אני אשלח אותה, אבל רגע, הוא בא, זה שעכשיו עושה, והיום כמה תאריך היום?
היום ה-12, הוא בא ב9, 9, 1, 10, 11, והוא עוזב עכשיו. כן. ננסה לראות.
הוא היה 9, 10, 11. מה זה? ב-12. רגע, הוא לא בא ביום שישי זה?
לא, ב9, שבת, יום שבת ב9 לחודש. את יכולה לשלוח את ג'וסלין?
כן, עוד מעט אני אשלח אותה. רק מתי באים האנשים האחרים?
בשעה 1.
בשעה 1?
כן.
אני עולה קודם למעלה, נראה אותו אם הוא יצא. אתה לא יודע גם אם הוא יצא או
לא, תעלי, תדפקי בדלת.
אוקיי.
בכל מקרה צריך לסדר. אוקיי, תודה.
אני לא מוכנה לקחת דברים, גבינות? תביא לי גבינות וחלב?
אני אעבור מקווינס, אם אין תור אני אבדוק.
אוקיי.
בכל מקרה צריך תעלי לנקות את די. אוקיי, כל טוב, כל טוב. On to the next one, on to the next one, on to the next one. Super friendly city, welcome, welcome.
Yeah,
Jonathan.
yeah, my whole life, I thought protein was good for me. And the truth is, not all protein is good for you. A major health breakthrough, a specific protein, actually triggers arthritis pain. Health experts believe this discovery could be the answer to ending chronic joint pain and arthritis flare-ups. In fact, 9 out of 10 Americans are exposed to this protein every day. Even vegans. It's so serious, researchers are now calling it the joint pain protein. It's left untreated. This protein wreaks havoc on the joints. Behind all the serious health problems, this drugs are excellent. Discovered the joint pain protein as a simple solution to arthritis.
I've knocked out and I'm able to do the yard work. I've been able to walk my dog.
It healed so fast. It was like I'm dancing. To my astonishment, I woke up the next morning. Actually thinking I was dreaming. I told my wife, I don't have the pain, the crippling pain of trying to figure out how to get out of bed. I'm so proud of my pain.
Wow, clearance is on it for Owens & Shop. Everything you love, even bigger markdowns. Save up to 70% off other retailers' prices for a limited time on clearance items throughout the store. Burlington, love the deals. I'm Karen Stewart on 1010 Win.
Now the 1010 Win nasty weather Estrogen 4-day forecast. Here's meteorologist Matt Penn.
And nice sunshine out there here as we head towards the lunch hour, and mostly sunny into this afternoon. High 42 degrees. Patchy clouds for tonight, low 32 in Midtown, lower 20s though in some of the distant suburbs. Tomorrow, almost a repeat performance of today, mostly sunny, high 44. In fact, that warming trend will continue now for the rest of the work week. Thursday, mix of clouds and sunshine, high 48 by Friday. Clouds with breaks of sun, high near 50 degrees. There's some rain that sneaks across Tri-State then for Friday night. That signals a cooling trend as we progress into the weekend. Currently, 38 degrees, northwest wind at 5 to 10 miles per hour. Repeating the current temperature is 38, going up to 42 this afternoon in Midtown. I'm meteorologist Matt at the New York weather station, 10 winds.
Winds new time, 11:53. A judge in Minnesota has ruled that former Minneapolis police officer Derek Chauvin, who is charged with murder and the asphyxiation death of George Floyd when he knelt on his neck, will be tried separately. Lieutenant Congressman James Clyburn, the highest-ranking black American in Congress, is proposing the song have a place alongside the Star-Spangled Banner. Lift Every Voice has been considered the black national anthem for years. The majority whip says making it the official national hymn would be an act of bringing the country together. It was written by James Weldon Johnson, an NAACP leader in 1899. The group says it was first performed by school children a year later at a birthday celebration honoring former President Abraham Lincoln.
Thank you, super friend and a city. Thank you.
Between the
Welcome.
UK and the European Union have led to a bizarre crackdown. A Dutch TV network has filmed border officials confronting travelers and seizing food items, including meat sandwiches, as they entered the Netherlands from the UK. They also warned UK travelers on Instagram typical products like cheddar cheese and cottage cream will no longer be allowed with you. 38 degrees now, sunny skies, 55% humidity. The winds are gusting to 16 miles an hour, 38 going up to 42. Winds news time 11:55.
Be amazing. Be generous. Be thoughtful. Become an eye organ and tissue donor. There are thousands of New Yorkers who need sight and life-restoring transplants, and they're depending on us to help. Simply go to idonation.org on your mobile device, tablet, or computer and enroll.
כן.
דפקתי בדלת, אף אחד לא עונה.
כן, יש לך מפתחות, לא?
מה הקוד של המפתחות למעלה?
8204.
204.
שיהיה הכל קו ישר, אבל זה רק מפתח אחד. אבל נצטרך את זה שזה יהיה שם. טוב, בכל מקרה תשים.
אני לא לוקחת, אני לוקחת מלמטה.
כן.
עליתי למעלה, אבל לא ידעתי אם תקון. ומה הקוד של הדירה השנייה?
8203. דירה די, את צריכה דירה די, זה 8204. ואז תלחצי על השחור.
לא, אני עכשיו עולה למעלה, אני ראית. זה אחרי זה, איך זה נקרא? אם תעלה לנקות, אני אראה מה המצב.
כן, אוקיי. אם אני באזור, אני אעבור, אני אראה אם השאירו מפתחות למטה. חשוב מאוד.
לא ראיתי, בדרך כלל כשהם משאירים מפתחות למטה, אני רואה את האנשים שהם לומדים על יד הזה.
כן, אבל...
גם כשהם באים.
כן.
תגיד, שיקחו את המפתחות למטה, יותר טוב, שיישאר...
כן, שישאר אחד ספר למעלה, לכל מקרה.
מה זה למטה? פה אחד חדש ראיתי שם, למה זה?
למטה?
כן.
זה בקאפ של הגן, ועל כל מקרה אם חסר מפתחות, נאבדים, זה כאילו בקאפ, את יודעת.
כן.
כן.
ומי משלם בשביל כל המנעולים האלה? כל זה אתה מוריד לי מהמחירים?
לא, בזמן, אלה מנעולים משנים, מנעולים שהעברתי מהרלם, מכל מיני מקומות שסגרתי, זה לא... אין על זה...
העמדה שלך? מתי היא מתחילה?
זה בלגן, צריך לדעת איך לרשום אותה, צריכה לעזור לי איך לרשום אותה. העובדת שלך היא לא עוזרת לי מי יודע מה.
היא הייתה לי מנובלת מאוד.
היא אומרת לי, תלך פה, תלך שם, אני לא יודע, בירוקרטיה. איפה היא? לא עובדת היום?
מה זה? לא. אמא שלה חולה מאוד בבית חולים, לא יודעת, הלבד. תראה, כבר זקנה אמא שלה. היא לא אוכלת, בדיוק אותו בעיות כמו אמא שלך.
כן, אמא שלי עכשיו שמו אותה במכון שיקום, כמו עמל בחיפה, כמו בית אבות.
אבל איך הגיעה מתל אביב לחיפה?
לא יודע, כאילו אחותי גרה בטבריה, שמה אותה שם. אני לא אוהב בית אבות. בית אבות אומרים, זה הכי קרוב לבית קברות. הכי טוב בבית, עם מטפלות פיליפיניות, את יכולה לחיות עד 120.
לא נכון, בשביל מה שמת להם עכשיו בחורף את הפן הזה?
לא,
זה יעלה עוד חשמל. בשביל מה?
לא, זה משהו שהיה שם, זה היה בקיץ. זה פן גם, הם לא משתמשים בזה, הם משתמשים רק במה שצריך, הם לא משתמשים. זה סתם שם, לקיץ. בקיץ מאוד חם בחדר הפנימי. איפה את? בפנים? את בפנים?
כן, כן, כן.
איך נכנס עם המפתחות משלך?
שלי.
ואיפה אין שם מפתחות על השולחן, משהו?
מה זה?
אין מפתחות על השולחן, משהו? יש משהו, מפתחות?
לא.
לא, אז אני נבדוק, אולי השאירו למטה.
הדלת הייתה נעולה, איך יכול להיות מפתחות?
אז אוקיי, כן, אני אבדוק, אולי השאירו למטה.
מה זה?
אולי השאירו למטה, אני אעבור, אני אבדוק.
כן, נו. כן? מה רציתי להגיד לך? מה זה, אתה הבאת פה איזה תמונה גדולה?
כן, צריך לתלות אותה על הקיר, מהרלם. תמונה יפה. אם את יכולה להביא קצת שקיות זבל מלמטה, שיהיה למעלה, כי נגמר.
ואני רואה שהארון של המצעים פתוח.
כן, צריכים לסגור.
כן. אולי יפה, אולי ניקח אותה להם כפי כן, טוב.
מה לקחת? תמונה? כן, תמונה יפה.
זה כפרי.
תמונה יפה מאוד, ציור כזה.
איזה בלגן הוא השאיר מה, בן אדם אחד היה פה כאילו סדום ועמורה.
כן, ככה זה הכושים.
מגעילים, ממש מגעילים הכושים האלה. הכושים ממש מגעילים.
לא כולם, אבל... בעיה.
שנייה, וזה, מאיפה הוא הכושי את זה? מאיפה השגת אותו?
מהברונקס. גם זה שיבוא עכשיו הוא שחור.
הבלונות האלה, מאיפה לקחת אותם?
של מהרלם.
מה עשית את הבלונות האלה?
סתם חלונות, פה, שם.
כמו של הכושי.
יש לי שם עוד ים דברים בהרלם, לא לקחתי את הכל, השארתי את הכל שם. את רוצה, יכולה ללכת לקחת מה שאת רוצה.
אבל מאיפה הבאת את זה?
לא יודע, אני זוכר, לא זוכר.
אתה לא קנית, אני מבינה שבטח קיבלת מצב פעמים.
כן. כל מיני מקומות.
מה יש לך שם בהרלם?
יש לי מיטות, יש לי ארונות, יש לי כל מיני דברים, הכל השארתי שם. יכולה ללכת לקחת מה שאת רוצה.
מה נשאר שם? נשאר שם עוד תמונות?
תמונות אני לא זוכר. יכול להביא לך את הכתובת. קומה רביעית, ווק-אפ.
אבל מישהו גר שם, אני לא יכול לדעת.
אף אחד לא גר שם.
אני צריכה ללמר, זה...
הדירה פתוחה.
הדירה פתוחה?
כן. אני מסתכל בלילה על הבניין, כל הבניין חושך, כל הדיירים עזבו.
זה הבן אדם שעשה לך בעיות?
כן. הבוכרי, הפרסי הזה, הוא רוצה $20,000.
הייתי נותנת לו גרוש אחד. 20. אתה יודע למה? אני יודע שיש לך את הזה, בגלל זה.
מה קרה?
בגלל שהוא יודע שיש לך את ה...
לא, אבל הוא יודע שאין לי דיירים כבר שנה, מה? מאז הפנדמיק אין שום דיירים, הוא יודע את זה, אמרתי לו. אין דיירים, קח את הדירה, לא רוצה אותה. אמרתי לו, אין דיירים, תביא לי משהו יותר קטן, הוא לא הסכים. סתם חמור, נמשך הזמן. טוב, ואלי עבר להיסטוריה, והדירה ריקה שם, החזרתי לו אותה.
אבל מה יש שם? נשאר שם עוד סדינים, מגבות, מה נשאר שם?
מיטה זוגית, מזרון, מזרונים של מיטות יחידת, סינגל בד, כמה סינגל בד.
זה לא צריך, נו.
כוסות, צלחות, סכינים, מזלגות.
זה תביא לי, אפשר לתת את זה לתאיס, האמא הזאת ש...
אני לא נכנס לשם שהוא לא יאשים אותי ב... אתה יודע, טרנספסינג. בעיה, גם את לא תוכל להיכנס. צריך לדבר עם הסופר, שלא יעשה לנו טרנספסינג, שלא יאשים אותנו ב... בעיה. יש לו מצלמות גם, וידאו.
סילרת לו מצלמות?
אני הרציתי אותם, אבל הוא יש לו מצלמות משלו.
כן.
אני בודק כל הזמן מה קורה. שיעבור האמבולנס. מה את אומרת?
הדתי הזה הוא מבסוט בארלם?
לא, בברונקס. הוא בכלל לא נמצא בברונקס, הוא כבר כמה חודשים בלוס אנג'לס.
ובכל זאת הוא משלם לך, מה אתה רוצה?
כן, כי יש לו רוסיה שם, הוא חושב שיצא לו משהו ממנה, לא יצא לו ממנה כלום. סתם נצלת אותו.
הרוסיות הן הכי נצלניות, הכי מנוגלות.
הוא אומר הוא יבוא בפורים, או בפברואר. הוא יחזור בפורים.
בוא'נה, אני רואה, יש פה עכבר בדירה. לפי הקרקע.
יש מה?
עכבר בדירה.
כן, אמרו לי, צריך לשים לשים דבק.
יש לי את הניירות האלה, כן, יש לי.
צריך באמת לשים את הדבק הזה של נגד עכברים. כי התלוננו על יש עכברים בדירה, לא האמנתי להם.
כן.
אז אמרת לה, לא, את סתם משקרת, והתקשרה ל-Airbnb להתלונן, היא רצתה לעזוב יום לפני כן, אבל היה לה קשה להשיג את Airbnb. אז טוב שאת אומרת לי, צריך לשים דבק. איפה זה? צריך לשים דבק בכל מיני מקומות, יודעת.
יש לי את הניירות האלה של הדבק.
כן, תשימי. פדיחות שלא... צריכים לזה לנקות שלא יראו באמת. איפה ראית? במטבח? איפה ראית?
במטבח, אתה יודע, זו דירה מאוד נחמדה, הדירה הזאת.
כן, אבל אם רואים ג'וקים, עכברים וזה, אז זה בעיה שלא התלוננו ל-Airbnb.
נכון, איזה שאלה, מי רוצה לבוא לג'וק אחד?
מי זאת?
קאיס, בגן שלי בקווינס.
כן.
גם חלק מהאוכל שאתה מביא לי שלי, אני נותנת, אתה יודע.
כן.
מה, איזה כלי משפט נשארו לכם שמה?
סכינים, מזלגות, צלחות, כוסות, אבל הכל ישן כזה. זה, אמרת לו שיבוא באחד, 1:30, כי צריכים לנקות. העיר נראית כזו, מתה כזאת. העיר נראית.
כן, בדיוק, דיברו בטלוויזיה הישראלית, אחד שביקר בעיר, הוא היה לו 200 ספר. אומר, העיר נראית
על הפנים.
על הפנים.
זה בגלל ראש העיר, מה?
אני חושבת שאנחנו צריכים להתחיל להראות שם על זה.
בגלל ראש העיר הדפוק הזה.
כן, נכון? הרס לנו את העיר.
והוא מדבר על טראמפ שהרס את הקפיטל, הוא הרס את כל העיר, מה הוא מדבר על טראמפ?
לא, הוא הרס לנו את העיר ממש טוטל. הרס לנו את העיר, אין מה לדבר. בחדר יש לי שם עוד סט אחד יותר, שתמיד אני אומרת לישראלים, שכשר, שבאים לישראלים וזה כשר, אז אני אומרת להם שם על הסט הזה למעלה,
have been suffering with migraine for years. Nurtec ODT has worked wonders for me.
Don't take if allergic to Nurtec. The most common side effect was nausea.
For more information, go to nurtec.com.
your vitamin C last 24 hours? Only Nature's Bounty does. New Immune 24-Hour Plus has longer-lasting vitamin C, plus herbal and other immune superstars. Only from Nature's Bounty.
Okay, I'm back. I'm back. On to the next one, on to the next one, on to the next one.
שגם לא הביאו לנו תוצאה ממשית. אתם ראיתם מה קרה. גם לראש הממשלה קשה מאוד לנהל את הממשלה שלו. קשה לו לאחד את הרוב. קשה לו להקים קואליציה. אם התקשורת הישראלית תמשיך בקו הזה, אנחנו חלילה יכולים להגיע גם למלחמת אחים. אנחנו חלילה יכולים לראות תמונות כמו שראינו לפני כמה ימים כאן בוושינגטון. מה אתם רוצים לתקשורת? שאלפי ישראלים חלילה ינסו לפרוץ למשכן הכנסת? הלא זה אסון, זה יהיה אסון ישראלית. למה רק בזמן מלחמה אנחנו יודעים להתאחד? למה בזמן שלום, בזמנים רגועים, אנחנו אוכלים אחד את השני? זאת שאלה שאני חושב שהקהל צריך לשאול את עצמו, ובעיקר ברוני התקשורת הישראלית צריכים לשנות מדיניות. ברגע שהם ישנו מדיניות, אני תמיד אומר, כולנו נהיה איתם. זה קורה כרגע בארצות הברית. עשרות מיליוני אמריקאים מתנתקים מהרשתות הקונבנציונליות, מבטלים את המינויים שלהם על העיתונים הגדולים, על האתרים הגדולים. אני קורא לישראל לכולם לעשות בדיוק אותו דבר כרגע. איך שאני מסיים את השידור הזה, חבר'ה, פשוט להתנתק מכל הרשתות יש לנו מספיק אלטרנטיבות ברשת, באינטרנט. היום יש דבר שנקרא קורדי, אתם יכולים לחבר קופסה קטנה שעולה כמה עשרות שקלים לטלוויזיה, ואז אתם צופים במגוון אדיר של שידורים. אתם לא מוגבלים למבחר הקטן מאוד שנותנים לכם. אתם יכולים להיות פתוחים לכל העולם. היום יש במכשירים האלה גם האופציה של תרגום אוטומטי, אבל אתם יכולים לקבל את זה גם בעברית. פשוט להתנתק מאוד, מ-yes, לא לצפות בקשת, לא לצפות קשת. אני קורא, ואני אמרתי את זה באחד השידורים הקודמים, אני קורא לאנשים שאכפת להם ממדינת ישראל, מאנשים שאכפת להם מחופש הביטוי, משמאלנים, מימנים וממרכז, לארגן ביום שבת הקרוב הפגנת ענק מול שידורי קשת, בדרישה מהם לשנות מדיניות. אי אפשר להמשיך את הקו הזה, חברים. ישראל הרי תמיד, כל מה שקורה בארצות הברית באיזשהו שלב מגיע לישראל. זאת ממש קריאת השכמה רגע לפני שחלילה המראות שראינו כאן בוושינגטון יגיעו לארץ, ומה שראינו בוושינגטון בשבוע שעבר, אני חושב שהיום כבר כולם מבינים את זה, זה כאין וכאפס למה שאנחנו הולכים לראות ב-16 לחודש. ב-16 לחודש. והולכים בעצם להתחנן ולבקש ולהביע את דעתם שהם רוצים שהנשיא דונלד טראמפ יישאר, שהם לא מאמינים בבחירות. עשרות מיליוני אמריקאים, זה כוח שלא ניתן להתנגד לו. אני רוצה לראות, אין בישראל עשרות מיליונים, אני רוצה לראות עשרות אלפים מול שידורי קשת במוצאי שבת הקרובה, עם שלטים, כמובן הפגנה, מה שנקרא, הפגנה חוקית, חלילה ללא אלימות, חלילה. אני רוצה לראות את הישראלים היפים, את הישראלים היפים, המתוחבטים, את הישראלים שכל מה שהם רוצים זה שיהיה פלורליזם בישראל. כל מה שהם רוצים זה שהתקשורת תייצג אותנו ולא את בעלי האינטרסים. אני רוצה לראות שם ישראלים שאכפת להם מהמדינה, שאכפת להם מהחברים שלהם, מהשכנים שלהם. אני רוצה לראות שם שמאל וימין מחובקים ביחד, כתף אל כתף, צועקים, הנה תתפטר. זה מה שאני רוצה לראות. אני לא רוצה שמאל, אני לא רוצה ימין. אני רוצה את שני המחנות בישראל במוצאי שבת הקרובה עומדים כמו אחים, מחוברים ומבקשים שינוי מדיניות בתקשורת הישראלית, וזה חייב להתחיל משידורי קשת, כי שידורי קשת זה הגוף שמכתיב את הטון בארץ. אוקיי? זאת לא הפגנה פוליטית, זאת לא מחאה חברתית, זאת קריאת השכמה שהקהל הישראלי בא בדרישה לברוני התקשורת. זה מה שזה, זה לא צריך להיות יותר מזה. חלילה לא אלימות, גם דונלד טראמפ אמר היום. בשום פנים ואופן אין מקום לאלימות, אנשים. באלימות הרי לא משיגים כלום. לא משיגים שום דבר. משיגים רעש, מהומה, בסוף כולם נעצרים, בסוף לא משיגים את היעד, ויותר מזה. בסוף זה חוזר אליהם כבומרנג. הלוא ראינו את החוליגנים שפרצו לקונגרס, כולם כבר עצורים, גמרנו. כולם עצורים, אף אחד לא, או רובם כבר עצורים. הם תקעו מקל בגלגלים של הדמוקרטיה האמריקאית, ויותר מזה הם גרמו נזק לדונלד טראמפ. הלוא המפגינים האלה הם לא היו תומכי טראמפ, אלא היו אנשי אנטיפה שבעצם התחזו לאנשי טראמפ כדי לפגוע בו. ואותו דבר להבדיל צריך לקרות במוצאי שבת. אני רוצה עוד עשרות אלפי אנשים מול בניין קשת במוצאי שבת הקרובה עם שלטים. אני רוצה לראות שם שמאלנים וימנים עומדים מחובקים ודורשים מהמנכ"ל להתפטר, ודורשים משידורי קשת לשנות את כל לוח המשדרים שלהם, הכל, מההתחלה ועד הסוף. ובעיקר מבקשים את שינוי אג'נדה של חברת החדשות, שזאת בעצם הבעיה. הלוא קשת זה גוף מבחינה מקצועית מעולה, אני עבדתי שם. כל האנשים שעובדים שם, חלקם חברים שלי, הם אנשים נהדרים. הבעיה היא לא בצוות, לא באנשים וגם לא במקצוענות. הם מקצוענים מספר אחת בישראל. הבעיה היא במדיניות, וזה לא חלילה דבר אישי נגד אף אחד בקשת. חלילה, אבי ניר הוא אדם מאוד נחמד ברמה האישית, מאוד נחמד, אין לי שום דבר נגדו, זה לא קשור אליו. אם מישהו אחר היה יושב שם הייתי אומר בדיוק אותו דבר. זה עניין של חייבים שינוי במדיניות, כי ישראל צריכה משהו מאחד. לא יכול להיות שהחברה הישראלית תהיה קורבן של התקשורת, לא יכול להיות, פשוט לא יכול להיות. יש את מחדל הקורונה שאנחנו נתייחס אליו בשידורים הבאים. בקיצור, חברים, אני רוצה שמה שקורה כרגע בארצות הברית, אנחנו בישראל, אוקיי? מיליוני אמריקאים מדקים מהאנשים המינויים ויוצאים מהאתרים האלה. אותו דבר צריך לקרות בישראל כרגע, עכשיו, איך שאני מסיים את הלייב הזה, להתנתק, לשלוח אימייל לשידורי קשת בדרישה או לפטר את המנכ"ל או לשנות את המדיניות. כרגע, עכשיו, כולם צריכים לעשות את זה אנחנו נעביר פרטים בהמשך. לגבי ההפגנה במוצאי שבת מול שידורי קשב, אני רוצה לראות שם עשרות אלפי אנשים, אני רוצה לראות שמאל וימין מחובקים, אני רוצה שכולם ביחד יעמדו שם, ישירו את התקווה מול הבניין הזה, מול בניין הכוח, מול הבניין בעצם שהוא סוג של הממשלה האלטרנטיבית של ישראל. אנשים לא יודעים את זה, אבל שם מקבלים החלטות שמשנות את סדר היום של החברה הישראלית. אני רוצה לראות שם שמאל וימין שרים את התקווה ומבקשים בעצם מההנהלה, בהפגנה שקטה ומסודרת, חלילה ללא אלימות, מבקשים מההנהלה לשנות מדיניות. זה מגיע לנו, ותדעו לכם, כל המהפכים הגדולים ביותר בעולם התחילו בן אדם אחד שלפעמים היה נראה חולמני, לפעמים היה נראה מנותק מהמציאות, אבל הוא מביא את המהפכה הזאת, הוא בעצם מביא לשינוי טוב, אף אחד מאיתנו לא בעד אלימות, כולנו נגד אלימות, כולנו בעד צדק, כולנו מחפשים את האמת, כולנו לא רוצים חברה שתפלג בינינו, אוקיי? אז אני יודע שאתם בסגר, יכול להיות שאנחנו צריכים למצוא פתרון אולי וירטואלי, אני לא יודע, אנחנו מבררים עם האנשים שלנו איך עושים את זה. בכל מקרה, זה המסר של
Medicare may cover the treatment. Schedule a free evaluation by calling 800-600-ME. That's 800-600-5633. 800-600-KNEE.
Wins News Time at 12:47. What he called the perfect Ukraine phone call got him impeached the first time. Now, President Trump says there was nothing wrong with his speech ahead of last week's riot on Capitol Hill. Here's correspondent Stephen Portnoy.
In his first exchange with reporters in more than a month, the president claimed his remarks at last Wednesday's rally have been analyzed.
And people thought that what I said was totally appropriate.
That's hardly the view on Capitol Hill. The Democrats and some Republicans are intent on impeaching the president on charges that he incited an insurrection. The president called the congressional move to punish him dangerous.
I think it's causing tremendous danger to our country, and it's causing tremendous anger.
Mr. Trump insisted he, quote, wants no violence.
Debate is underway in the House on a measure calling on Vice President Mike Pence to immediately use his powers under the 25th Amendment to remove Donald Trump from office. That is not expected to happen, and so the impeachment vote is likely to happen tomorrow. Well, to be a fly on the wall last night, correspondent Karen Travers tells us, following 5 days of silence, Donald Trump and Mike Pence had a face-to-face
Shelly
in
and
the Oval
Anthony,
Office. President
how
Trump
are
and Vice
you?
President Pence on Monday spoke for the
Welcome to
first
my
time
channel,
since their
Shelly.
conversation last
Jonathan,
Wednesday morning
welcome.
before the violent insurrection at the
Thank you for
Capitol.
joining.
Sources tell ABC it was a 90-minute one-on-one meeting Monday that focused largely on what the Trump administration has done over the past 4 years. During their conversation last Wednesday, the president pressured Pence to overturn the election results during the joint session of Congress. Mr. Trump has still not publicly condemned the death threats that were made against his vice president last week during the attack at the Capitol. Multiple reports say the president never inquired into the safety and well-being of the vice president during the siege, despite the mob chanting death threats against Pence. Instead, at 2:24 p.m., while it was all violently unfolding, Donald Trump tweeted that Mike Pence, quote, didn't have the courage to do what should have been done. Looks like the president and Kevin McCarthy may be on the outs. There are multiple reports that in a 30-minute phone call with the House Minority Leader, Donald Trump falsely blamed Antifa people for storming the Capitol, but that McCarthy wasn't having it. He reportedly told the president, it's not Antifa, it's MAGA. I know, I was there. He also is said to have told the president, quote, stop it, it's over, the election is over. The Washington Post reports that McCarthy called the president during the siege begging for help, but that his pleas went unanswered, and so he called Jared Kushner instead. The most recent company to dump Trump, Deutsche Bank. That's according to the New York Times, which says the bank that's loaned him $300 billion in the past decade has decided it will no longer do business with the president. Yesterday, Signature Bank said it was closing Trump's personal account. They also called for him to resign. With News Time 12:49, another mayoral candidate in New York City, Republican financier Sarah Criswell, has filed the paperwork with the New York City Campaign Finance Board. She's originally from Texas and has spent 30 years on Wall Street as a loan trader and hedge fund manager. She says she wants to prevent what she calls a third de Blasio term should a Democrat win. Laying out plans for infrastructure improvements, the big theme today during part 2 of Governor Cuomo's State of the State address.
I propose you pass a first-in-the-nation mandate that internet service providers recognize their public responsibility and offer $15 per month high-speed internet service to all low-income households.
Other proposals made by the governor include converting empty commercial space across the state into affordable housing. The governor's doing a 4-day State of the State speech this year. Yesterday, he pledged to jumpstart the state's economy with plans to legalize recreational marijuana as well as online sports betting. He also talks about investing in green energy and creating more jobs. To deal with a looming $14 billion deficit without help from D.C., the state is looking at least $8 billion in reduced spending. Governor Phil Murphy will give his third State of the State speech today. That's going to be virtual due to the pandemic. It will reportedly focus on the COVID crisis. The Murphy administration and lawmakers have already agreed on borrowing up to $4.5 billion to plug pandemic-caused holes in New Jersey's state budget. With News Time at 12:51. Let's get traffic and transit. Here's Greg Ray.
We're going to go to Staten Island, and we're going to go slow on the westbound Staten Island Expressway from Slauson Avenue past the NLK, getting out towards South Avenue. It is all because of ongoing construction in the area, knocking out of the right lane. In Brooklyn, westbound Belknap bunts up over to Ocean Parkway as they get rid of an accident. Here's what you need to know about the bridges and tunnels. And the George, upper level, maybe one lane gets by trash, cargo is still fuel fill.
New Immune 24-Hour Plus from Nature's Bounty. The only vitamin C that lasts 24 hours. With vitamin D plus zinc for immune and antioxidant support. Plus elderberry and echinacea. 24 hours of immune support. Only from Nature's Bounty.
Hello, getting EV drivers there. With charging stations near where you want to be. And ultra-fast charging that makes life easy. When you're ready to go, so are we. Hello, freedom.
Okay, I'm back. Messiah is back.
It doesn't expect those chains to return to pre-COVID levels until 2023. If you're a fan of Shake Shack before this year is out, you'll have more places to get your fix. The chain plans to add as many as 40 new locations across the country this year and keep the growth going into next year. Bloomberg Money Watch at 26 and 56 past every hour. I'm Elisa Perenti for 1010 Wins.
Now this message, this winter at the Breakers Palm Beach. A warm welcome awaits. Learn more at thebreakers.com.
The impeachment resolution argues President Trump gravely endangered the security of the United States.
It would potentially mean President Trump could never run for public office again.
CBS News has learned there is investigative activity in more than 30 states across the country related to the Capitol attack and inauguration.
Stay with 1010 Wins and 1010wins.com for continuing coverage of the attack on the U.S. Capitol and its impact on the Trump presidency. Paul and Bill Malinzak are retired New York firefighters. They work at a Long Island golf club. They love to fish, and they're two of the 175,000 men diagnosed each year with prostate cancer. They're also identical twins. But knowing that no two cancer cases are alike, not even for twins, they turn to a hospital with a full range of leading-edge
Northern Boulevard, Food Bazaar.
We chose Perlmutter Cancer Center at NYU Langone Health. The Perlmutter Cancer Center team went over all their options, from active surveillance, hormone therapy, and chemotherapy to focal ablation and robotic surgery. They decided on CyberKnife, a highly precise radiation therapy that's as effective as surgery. We were really impressed with Perlmutter's program. It took just 5 appointments in 1 week. The Perlmutter Center was close to their homes, and each treatment took less than an hour. Now the Malinzak are back enjoying a good life with one more thing in common. Now we're both cancer survivors. To learn more, go to nyulangone.org/PCC.
If I'm not commuting anymore, where do I really want to live? Well, you handle life's questions. Merrill Guided Investing helps you manage your portfolio and invest for your next move. With the option to work with an advisor at a low cost and minimum. Merrill, a Bank of America company. Visit merrilledge.com/investinggold to get started today.
Investment involves risk. Merrill Lynch, Pierce, Fenner & Smith Incorporated. Also registered broker-dealer. Investment advisor. Member SIPC. Investment products are not FDIC insured or not bank guaranteed to may lose value.
I'm Dr. Baker, an ER physician. If you're having leg pain, swelling, or redness, but haven't talked to your doctor yet, don't wait. This could be deep vein thrombosis, a blood clot which could travel to your lungs and lead to a pulmonary embolism, which could cause chest pain or discomfort or difficulty breathing and be deadly. Your symptoms can mean something serious, so don't wait. Talk to a doctor right away, by phone, online, or in person.
Brought to you by Bristol-Myers Squibb and Pfizer.
It all starts with just one thing. This year, resolve to recycle more. Start with paper, bottles, and cans. Recycle old clothes by donating them to charity. And recycle electronics at e-waste facilities. Find tips and more at onethingus.com. What's your one thing?
AccuWeather says mostly sunny today. A high of 45 degrees. Right now it's sunny and 44. Good afternoon. I'm Larry Cantor. Winds news time at the phone, 1:30.
Good afternoon. I'm Susan Richard, one of the world's richest men and leading financial contributors to the Republican Party has died. Here's correspondent Jim Cooper. Billionaire casino magnate and Republican donor Sheldon Adelson has died after a long illness at the age of 87. He once said, "I don't think I'm ever going to retire." Adelson rose to become one of the richest men on the planet, thanks to his sprawling chain of casinos. He was said to be worth $35 billion. He gave nearly $220 million to the president and his fellow Republicans in Congress during the 2020 election cycle. He had been being treated for non-Hodgkin's lymphoma. His funeral will be held in Israel. A memorial in Las Vegas will be held at a later date. A controversial member of the NYPD is leaving. We'll have that coming up. Wednesday time, 1:31. For traffic and transit, here's Greg Wright.
Let's take 37th Avenue, Northern Boulevard, Queens. Arrival time on this route is similar to 43rd Street, 39th Street, Queens. In 800 feet, turn left on 37th Avenue.
Lanes are going to be subject to closure as they try to finally clear this away. Everybody that could went to the inbound lower. Now that's going to cost you a solid 30 minutes. The other way, getting out of town, get to the west side, or be prepared
traffic to skid. Everything else is a mess, especially the westbound cross Bronx. Lincoln and Holland, not bad. Brooklyn bound Brooklyn Bridge, big bumps up those. The city-bound side because of ongoing left lane construction. Eastbound L line into Clearview, break down the left lane, messes you up with Main Street. Eastbound Grand Central comes through Kew Gardens and then again to the Clearview over to Union Turnpike with a crash. Garden State Parkway south, then you're ready
Turn left on 37th Avenue.
2 lanes blocked. Traffic stops behind Spectrum Business. Spectrum Business has the best internet and phone services for small businesses, but they don't have a contract.
In a quarter of a mile, turn left on 48th Street.
Now the Penguin AccuWeather technician for the Fortune Care Meteorologist Joe Schwindenhoff.
This afternoon will turn out to be a nice one. Lots of sunshine overhead. We'll get up to a high of 45 degrees and a few clouds tonight. A little chilly in some of the outlying areas, getting down to 22 in the distant suburbs. 32 for a low in Midtown. A great sunshine tomorrow. Similar to today, we'll get up to a high of 44 degrees. A mix of sunny clouds with a milder afternoon on Thursday, high of 48. Limited sunshine with mild temperatures, a high of 50. There could be some rain Friday night, especially after midnight, if rain will take out showers for the day on Saturday.
Turn left on 48th Street.
Humidity 43%. The wind out of the north at 6 miles an hour. Again, we have 44, going up to 45 in Midtown. I'm AccuWeather meteorologist Carrie Schwindenhammer on New York's weather station 1010 Wind.
COVID-19, brought to you by CDC and the Ad Council.
Feel like your emotions are all over the place? A healthy routine that includes enough sleep, exercise, and proper nutrition can help you feel more centered.
Find more self-care and coping tips at coping-19.org.
In 800 feet, turn left on Northern Boulevard.
Deputy Inspector James Culver, lieutenant of the Department's Equal Employment Opportunity Division, will assault again after he was accused of posting racist messages about black, Jewish, and Hispanic people. Under the pseudonym Clouseau, on a message board where officers anonymously post grievances, Culver is accused of using offensive terms to describe multiple black figures, including President Obama, who was called a savage. The NYPD has suspended Culver without pay, and he has now submitted retirement papers. Culver has denied being behind those posts. A proposal to reduce homelessness during Part 2 of Governor Cuomo's four-part State of the State address.
Why not convert unneeded commercial space into affordable and supportive housing? Supportive housing for the homeless. To help our city seize this opportunity. And to seize the moment in time, the state will provide...
Turn left on Northern Boulevard.
...to convert commercial space into affordable housing.
Other proposals from the governor today included a mandate on providers to offer $15 high-speed internet to all low-income households, and an expansion of SUNY's online training center to help New Yorkers enroll for free in employment certificate programs. In Part 1 yesterday, the governor proposed legalizing recreational marijuana and online sports betting, as well as investing in green energy to create more jobs. Governor Phil Murphy delivering his third State of the State address virtually at this hour. He's expected to push one major policy item that remains unfinished, a deal to decriminalize and legalize adult-use marijuana in New Jersey. Lawmakers are at odds over penalties for minors, and should pot possession be treated like a criminal offense or a civil ticketed one. Looking to start off the new year super rich? Aren't we all? That's the sound of folks buying tickets to a couple of major lottery jackpots. Tonight's Mega Millions drawing is $615 million, the fourth largest prize in that game's history. The Powerball jackpot is now up to $550 million. That drawing is coming up tomorrow night, so good luck. New research suggesting coffee can help prevent prostate cancer.
An analysis of 16 previous studies concludes that men who drink 1 or 2 cups of coffee a day lower their prostate cancer risk by 1%.
Turn right on 43rd Street.
9 cups a day lower it by an average of 9%. The risk reduction was even higher for the most fatal forms of prostate cancer.
Correspondent Vicky Barker reporting. New Brexit rules in effect between the UK and the European Union has led to a bizarre crackdown. A Dutch TV network has filmed border officials confronting travelers and seizing food items, including meat sandwiches, as they entered the Netherlands. They also warned UK travelers on Instagram that typical products like cheddar cheese and clotted cream would no longer
in 1,000 feet, turn right.
44 degrees, sunny skies, the humidity 43%, winds are variable at 3 now, gusting to 16 miles an hour, 44 going up to 45. When's Newcom 136? Looks like Netflix subscribers are going to be busy. 1010 Wins Entertainment next. You wanted to
minutes a day, you'll be speaking a new language in a few weeks. Babbel is built around real life. It teaches you practical conversations that you will actually use. Babbel. Language for life. Start the new year with a new language. Get up to 60%.
Yeah, how you doing?
Head west on Northern Boulevard toward NY25.
Maybe I just continue straight here.
Okay.
99% of airborne particulates down to the smallest that exists. The portable auto series delivers clean air directly to your breathing zone and can be set up on any flat surface, your coffee table, nightstand, desk, in your car, anywhere. IQ Air uses state-of-the-art whistle mirrors to create the highest quality product on the market for circular space. If you own your phone and breathe space,
In 900 feet, turn left on 39th Street.
Get ready for a fun Netflix night. The company has released its 2021 movie lineup. It includes 70 films, more than Warner Brothers and Disney combined. That's enough for at least one movie night every week of the year. The new offerings include Lin-Manuel Miranda and Halle Berry's first go-rounds in the director's kit, as well as the Dwayne Johnson action flick Red Notice, Don't Look Up, starring Jennifer Lawrence, and Army of the Dead, directed by Batman vs. Superman, Zack Snyder. There's this guy is going to play this guy on the big screen. Deadline says Nick Jonas is in talks to play Prince Valley in a movie about the New Jersey native and the Four Seasons Wise his name. They also
Turn left on 39th Street.
that it will air on a yet-to-be-named streaming service. Everybody knows that things like the big photo practice. They also and don't get me started on save a lot. And you can use your motorcycle, boat, and RV. Geico also takes on the military and federal employees. This makes no it makes no sense that a birthday is not a
Turn right on Stillman Avenue. Turn right on Stillman Avenue.
Donald Trump now denying fueling the Capitol Hill riot and slamming efforts to impeach him a second time. The son of a Brooklyn judge arrested for allegedly taking part in the Capitol Hill attack. We're back to weather mostly sunny today, 45 degrees. This is Elisa Parenti at Bloomberg. Netflix is looking at its biggest and most expensive year yet. And what Paycheck is planning for 2021. Winds due time 141. Let's get traffic and transit. Here's Greg Ray.
We're going to go to Queens, eastbound side of the Long Island Expressway, right near the clear view. We're still looking at this broken down car knocking out the left lane. The slow go all the way back to Main Street. We're looking at the Grand Central Hotel, not wrong, but it's not perfect. Up on the Falls and Sea Gardens, again, from the clear view over to Union Turnpike as they get rid of the crash. Westbound Belt down to Queens into Brooklyn over to Erskine Street, right lane. In center lane, you find left lane does not. That's where you find an issue in the form of a broken down car. Here's what you need to know about the bridges and tunnels. Figure 90 minutes of 3 is insulate off on the upper level of the George 1 lane subject to closure as they try to clean up the crash. Fuel still in cargo, still cityband lower edge. Everybody had the same idea.
In half a mile, turn right on Thompson Avenue.
The best of what's left. Lincoln coming and Holland coming no more than a few minutes at this point in or out of the city. Here's what we see on Long Island's Big 3. A better line of the southern state west over to the Meadowbrook. Earlier construction's gone. Northern state 5-2 with the left-hand side on east. Still closing steering cameras with ongoing construction work. I'm Greg Rice on 1010 West.
Major announcement today from federal health officials. Here's Health Secretary Alex Azar.
Effective 2 weeks from now, we are changing how we allocate first doses among the states in order to ensure doses are being put to use and put to use for the most dollars. We will be allocating that based on the pace of administration as reported by states and on the size of the 65 and over population in each state.
So not only should everyone over 55 get the shot, there's an underlying medical condition that should as well. Let's say that consumers with introduction is up to speed, so they don't have to worry about their...
In 1,000 feet, turn right on Thompson Avenue.
Joe Biden had previously said that he would release all the doses. Mr. Biden is expected to speak more about his COVID plan on Thursday. Well, today, Governor Cuomo said he will adjust New York State's COVID rollout to match these new guidelines. The Mets go to bat for the COVID vaccine effort in New York City. Their Toronto had new Mets owner Steve Cohen on hand when he announced today that Citi Field will open as a 24/7 mass vaccination site starting the week of
we know the suffering that's going on with COVID, and any way the organization could help support this effort, we were going to do it. The location is
in New York State.
Turn right on Thompson Avenue.
Any strain is more contagious but not more deadly. The governor says New York State infection for a positivity of 7.7% as over a 7-day rolling average. Another 164 people have died. We just got the new numbers out of New Jersey. Another 4,200 confirmed cases and another 108 deaths. 44 degrees, we have sunny skies. We're going up to 45. Wind dew time at 1:44. Donald Trump fires back at the plans to impeach him again. We'll tell you what he's saying next.
The COVID-19 pandemic is getting worse, and we need to be ready to fight. New York Blood Center is working on building the nation's supply of convalescent plasma to treat patients with serious or immediately life-threatening COVID-19 infection. If you have recovered from COVID-19 or have tested positive for antibodies, you can help save lives. Visit nybc.org to register as a convalescent plasma donor. We are counting on you. Visit nybc.org to register.
In a quarter of a mile, turn left at Jackson Avenue. Turn left at Jackson Avenue.
A blood clot which could travel to your lungs and lead to a pulmonary embolism, which could cause chest pain or discomfort.
In 800 feet, turn right on 46th Avenue.
Your symptoms can mean something serious, so don't wait. Talk to a doctor right away, by phone, online, or in person.
Brought to you by Bristol Myers Squibb and Pfizer. You heard USA today, Winnipeg. Say ships on the radio.
You know, Manhattan has more shrinks than any place in the world. They charge incredible rates. Because this may be our winter phone, a radio couch, sit down, and figure out why all my furniture is rearranged in the long rooms. And Charlie was on to something there. They found over Rich here at Islip.
Turn
Welcome
right
to
on
the Rapid
46th
Fire Edition
Avenue.
here at WABC. Richie Rich. Yeah, hey, Curtis, I want to stay on the Juliet topic. You'll have a double match the way you promote it. I mean, what she did on your show, her opinions, like you said, it's a crossover show. It's not an opinion show, but you just promote it.
In half a mile, you'll arrive.
You're just a company player. You're a great guy for doing that, no matter what we think about. But who do I not promote here? The vast lineup, talk show hosts, entertainers, and performers here at WABC. I'm sure, out of the panoply of people that John Katzimatidis has assembled, that I am bereft of having mentioned somebody. And because I had a little dementia early on today, get a little worried. Go to Ike in Brooklyn. Welcome to WABC, Ike.
Hey, what's up, Curtis? Listen, some have a right to defend the Constitution against foreign and domestic enemy. And right now, with everything with the fraud and everything with the media against them and against us, the conservatives, it's ridiculous. He has a right. They're doing an insurrection against him in our Constitution.
All right, well, again, he's certainly defending himself as he did before departing for Texas today, both on the lawn of the White House and then again before he visited the wall. Let's go to James in Connecticut. Welcome to the Rapid Fire Edition here at WABC, James.
John Katzimatidis said it best. The Chancellor of Germany says the U.S. censorship is the problem. How's that for irony? We're in the middle of the Hunger Games and Donald Sutherland's not a bad guy. And you can't have a stolen election when it's been paid for by big tech and big media. To delete your Twitter and Facebook accounts and power to the people, baby.
Wow. Man, there was a lot on that plate. I'm trying to dissect that and bisect that as we speak. Let's go to Joanne, who's calling from New Jersey. Your turn to be heard here at WABC, Joanne.
Curtis, you lost your net. When you lost Julia. You know how many times she saved your ass and colors for you that we don't even know about.
Wow, man, I'm starting to feel guilty here, Joanne. Man, I'm starting to feel guilty. It's not a good day for me. Guys fell asleep on me, holding on early in the show. I forgot Bernard McGurk's name. I've now been chastised by
You'll arrive in 1,000 feet.
Anyway, let's go to John from Huntington. Your turn to be heard here at WABC, John.
Yeah, hi, Curtis. I was hoping Santa would look beyond the lump of coal you got in your stocking this year and gifted you a new studio microphone. Keep it up.
Wait a second. My studio microphone, what do you mean by that? Well, that was somewhat insidious, wasn't it? I think so. Let's go to Bill in White Plains. Your turn to be heard here at WABC, Bill.
Mr. Justice at CNN.com. Mr. Justice.
You've arrived at your destination.
In the corner, left side, it's okay.
So go left, Aninako.
Right, yeah.
Make a left, Aninako.
Here.
Huh?
No worry, here.
Here? Okay.
Thank you so much.
Have a good
Bye, have a good day.
Hunter Walker. Follow the leader. On to the next one, on to the next one, on to the next one.
They looked at me in total disbelief and said, what the hell is he talking about? They had no idea. Do you think All in the Family could even be watched anywhere today without being censored? Of course not. Let's go to Deborah in Great Neck. Your turn to be heard here at WABC. Deborah?
You have COVID. You sound congested. That's all I want to know.
Wait a second, Deborah. You hear that congestion?
Yeah,
You do.
You
know who picked up on that this morning? My one cat, Wolverine, out of the 13 cats. He was staring at me as I was trying to sleep, and you're absolutely right. Wow, you picked up on that. God. I hope this is not a distraction to our many listeners that I have congestion. Yesterday, and boy, it's been downhill all day today. I think we're in line for 2 more calls here to the rapid fire edition of WABC.
Now that I listen to Curtis, I can actually hear Curtis. So I think we do a great job. I listen to you since the days of Luther. And you're a very knowledgeable young guy.
Well, I want to bounce this by you, Jeff, because the suits have now prepared what they may well be playing as a advisory before the airing of the Curtis Sliwa Show. Remember, they control this. It's like lending you a basketball at the old public playground. A moment's notice, they could take it away. It's not mine, it's theirs. But they are now thinking of this advisory to be played before the Curtis Sliwa Show. Not that the opinions and ideas of this talk show host are not necessarily a reflection of the management and ownership of WABC. I get that. But that the language used by Curtis Sliwa is replete with spoonerisms, malaprops, fractured phrases, and is not a reflection of the language that you in your own life should be using in your normal daily discourse, whether on the job or at home. I guess they are fearful that people may end up actually talking the way I normally just say.
Play 77 WABC.
Paranoid. Oh, is it Deborah who heard that I have congestion? Boy, she nailed it. Because this week I am going for my visit, as I have, to the Staten Island ImplantDentist.com location, which is on the South Shore. This is not much. Easy to get to. Right over the Hollywood Crossing, the Gotham Bridge, the Bayonne Bridge, across the place from Brooklyn, Queens, or Nassau, or Suffolk. Place you should go to because check out what Drs. Alice and Kristen has at the Staten Island ImplantDentist.com location are offering to you. They will give you a consultation consisting of a full set of x-rays and a 3D no-radio view CAT scan to give a comprehensive picture of the teeth and surrounding bone foundation. They will assess the best way to help you specifically, and when you choose to move forward, the day is started by getting the patient ready to be worried and
head east on 49th Avenue toward Vernon Boulevard. Make a right turn on Vernon Boulevard. Turn right, then make a right turn on 51st Avenue.
Right there at the scene, then work on a new custom smile to fit your face. The teeth aren't done yet. This custom smile is like a healing cast that allows the anchors to properly heal with the benefit of looking like teeth. Also, they're worn for some months to ensure that you can style and profile and look at them. This even allows you to take part in the process of designing your own smile. After you heal and approve your smile design, a 3-dimensional laser scanner makes a computer record, and a new set is made out of solid zirconia for you. So come on, do what I do. Time to head to the Staten Island Implant Center on the South Shore of Staten Island.
In 500 feet, turn right on 51st Avenue.
At 646-217-4440. At Staten Island ImplantDentist.com. And our sponsor, Mutual Insurance. They will just pay for what you need. Nobody should have to pay for one-size-fits-all insurance. Liberty Mutual customizes your insurance. So you only pay for what you need. Customize and save with Liberty Mutual Insurance. Every Saturday at 5 p.m. it's the New Jersey Low Power Hour. David Wildstein brings the news and injuries that made NewJerseyGlow.com a must-read and the New Jersey Low Power Hour a must-listen. It's the New Jersey Low Power Hour every Saturday at 5 p.m.
This is an important notice to all U.S. taxpayers. The IRS is giving away billions of dollars in tax savings through a federal program called the Fresh Start Initiative to aid delinquent taxpayers. This initiative was established for anyone facing financial hardship and unable to pay their back taxes. Qualifying and enrolling in this program will stop all collections, settle your delinquent tax problems, and even reduce what you owe by
Turn right on 51st Avenue.
Hotline at People's Tax Relief to see if you qualify and get this free information by dialing 800-363-3407. If you have unfiled tax returns or cannot afford to pay your personal or business back taxes, you can now get the help you need. One simple phone call can resolve your tax problem and save you thousands of dollars. To see if you qualify and to get this important free information, call 800-363-3407. 800-363-3407. 800-363-3407. If you're struggling with a drug or alcohol addiction, now is the time to take action and get professional help. Call Recovery Centers of America at 1-888-RECOVERY today. You are worthy of recovery from your addiction, and calling RCA will be your first step in getting the help you need. Recovery Centers of America answers the phone and admits patients 24/7. And because safety is a top priority, all patients and staff are routinely tested for COVID-19. RCA's expert team of physicians and medical professionals will treat you with compassion and dignity.
You've arrived at your destination.
Plan that is custom tailored to your specific needs. Recovery Centers of America, Devon and Lighthouse are local and in-network with insurance providers. So their best-in-class inpatient and outpatient care offers both in-person and via teletherapy is affordable and accessible. Make this the year you conquer your addiction. Call today 1-888-RECOVERY. That's 1-888-RECOVERY.
How you doing?
Head west on 51st Avenue toward 5th Street.
Carol, how you doing? You wanna go to Brooklyn, yeah?
In 400 feet, turn right, then turn right. Turn right on 5th Street, then turn right on 50th Avenue. Turn right on 50th Avenue.
And then we're going to be talking about why is it that teachers are now being bumped to the front of the queue to get their vaccines, when in fact so many of them refuse to go into the classroom, where the likelihood is that only 1% of those who are in attendance at any level, whether it's the students, the teachers, those who are the providers of services on the schools, are going to be designated positive coronavirus, whereas if you just look at
In 900 feet, turn left at Jackson Avenue, then turn right. Turn left at Jackson Avenue, then turn right to Pulaski Bridge.
Minority Leader Kevin McCarthy told Republicans the president did accept some responsibility for the Capitol riot. Lisa, during one committee meeting today, Massachusetts Democratic Congressman Jim McGovern said there are still concerns about another potential attack in Washington, and he urged Republican Jim Jordan to say on the record that the election was not stolen. Jordan says the left now wants to silence conservative speech. The president is speaking as he was heading to Texas to highlight progress on the southern border wall. The Trump administration is urging states to let more people get COVID vaccines and expanding the federal eligibility guidelines.
We clearly have enough vaccine at this point to begin to expand and get more and more of the vulnerable individuals in our country vaccinated.
CDC Director Dr. Robert Redfield says it's especially important now with a post-holiday surge in COVID cases.
Turn right to Pulaski Bridge.
To vaccinate anyone over age 65, in addition to those with other high-risk factors. Some states are opening mass vaccination centers.
In half a mile, use the right lane to exit to Freeman Street. In 1,000 feet, exit right, then turn right. Exit right, then turn right on Freeman Street. Turn right on Freeman Street. In a quarter of a mile, turn left on Franklin Street.
Regulation can't be done by the digital oligarchy itself. European Union has been working towards a limit on social media.
In 1,000 feet, turn left.
Companies. And voices here are also worried about authoritarian regimes taking a page from its Twitter handle.
Scientific health hunt in London. Twitter has also suspended thousands of accounts linked to the QAnon conspiracy theory, and Facebook is removing Stop the Steal references to a stolen election. The first female federal inmate scheduled for execution in decades. Now on hold, Lisa Montgomery killed a pregnant woman still on this day in 2004. The federal health system and for competency must be examined. An iconic piece of the skyline in Kansas City, Missouri, the Pride Road rocket comes down for a spacewalk. The United
Turn left on Franklin Street.
COVID-19 shot as fierce mouth with the dreaded UK strain.
In half a mile, turn left on North 14th Street.
65 and up get vaccinated, but he says the Fed's going to sending New York mass doses of vaccines to cover the group that has already been vaccinated.
The population is eligible now of about 7 million. We receive 300,000 dosages per week.
I'm Christian Monson, 77 WABC News. State for home of the Met is about to become a COVID vaccination mega site able to deliver 5,000 to 7,000 doses per day. Team owner Steve Cohen. City Field will open for COVID shots the week of January 25th. Aaron Mostowski, the son of a prominent New York judge, is facing 4 federal charges involving that deadly riot at the Capitol last week. He was seen on video in a full costume with a police riot shield and bulletproof vest. His father, Shlomo Mostowski, is the Brooklyn Supreme Court Justice. WABC News Time, 2
4. Traffic and transit are next. Now your forecast from the Ramsey Savory Weather Center. 45 degrees, partly sunny right now. Dropping to 32 tonight. Tomorrow's high 44, reaching 50 by Friday. From the 77 WABC News Desk, I'm Sarah Lee Kessler.
Traffic and transit. There's a rough accident on the George Washington Bridge. There's a crash on the inbound upper deck of the GWB involving 2 tractor trailers. There's also been a load spill and a fuel spill, if you can believe this. We're up to a 70-minute backup coming in from the turnpike.
I just left. Yeah, they told me 2 to 4 hours.
The George Washington Bridge. Cross flashes in westbound to Bruckner out to the GWB. Begin up northbound on the Deacon from 149th Street up to the Cross Bronx. Southbound Deacon is backed up from the 230s coming down into the Cross Bronx. There's an accident southbound on the Parkway with the Union Tolls. I'm Drew Trillay, Stop Radio 37 WABC.
No, I was going to my daughter's house because it was so cold there. Try to get through the door is not locked. It's locked and then pull back and then have to look over. No, they said you were there this morning.
In 1,000 feet, turn left on North 14th Street, then turn right.
No, it's a 6-family house, but the tenants are there, no tenants. So there's nobody to let you in. I don't, if the door isn't closed, you'll be able to get in and go down the cellar. Want to try that first? Yeah. So, if not, I'll head over there, right? Oh no, it's freezing. I don't live there, but I'm at my mom's house trying to clean it out. And the door's broken.
Turn left on North 14th Street, then turn right on Wood Avenue.
You can get in that way, so just let me know. I'll just go on back. Yeah, Williamsburg, yeah. What? Yeah, see if you can get in. If you can't get in, I'll just come back over.
Turn right on Wood Avenue. In a quarter of a mile, turn right on North 6th Street. In 1,000 feet, turn right. Turn right on North 6th Street.
Circumstance that is very much glorious for the governor who's delivering the state of the state, and he's missing out on all that. And so I guess he's going to milk it the best he can, spreading it out over 4 days. 4 days of bad ideas instead of 1 day of bad ideas is how I look at it.
Well, let's talk to the taxpayers' concerns before the pandemic, before the lockdown.
fiscal malfeasance was certainly evident in the Cuomo administration. We were slipping into the fiscal abyss, potential bankruptcy for the state. How bad is it now?
In 700 feet, you'll arrive.
Well, I think the governor's plan is for Joe Biden and the federal government to be the savior and bail out the state. You know, the state was multi-billion-dollar in debt before the pandemic. Now it's only getting worse. Some of that due to Governor Cuomo's extreme use of lockdowns. And when you lock down retail establishments and restaurants, one of the big revenue streams to the state goes away, the sales tax. So now I think it's $15 billion because of that. And he's hoping for a bailout from the federal government. And what's interesting is the most recent pandemic bill that passed a couple of weeks ago.
You've arrived at your destination.
Oh, here is good. On the left side? Oh, thanks. I'll do that.
Because of the pandemic, but the federal government shouldn't bail out the private business that the last 10 or 20 years in New York State, along with helping out people with bailout. And I don't think we're going to fix the spending problem that we have. You know, if we encourage a lot of spending and get a bailout, well, then what's the reason to stop spending? And the spending, which leads to high taxation, is the reason for the 100,000
Turn right on the road, then turn right.
Well, in fact, there is so much flight taking place that we'll probably lose 2 congressional districts based on the new census, one upstate, one in New York City. Why should we continue to be spending at such exorbitant rates if in fact more people have left, which requires providing less services?
Yeah, that's an excellent point. That is a great point. And the problem with people leaving is if some of them more productive in terms of job creation, in terms of revenue to the state, who are leaving. You know, if somebody who's making a good salary leaves, he's trying to big number.
כן, הדייר שולח לי תמונה מדירת די, הוא אומר ששכחו בקבוק ריק של ספרייט בחדר שינה. אז אמרתי לו, אמרה מישהו יבוא לקחת את זה, אני יודע. אוקיי, כל טוב.
Of the day. We need more federal distributed vaccines. Seems to me that he's grown a Pinocchio nose there. I thought we had so many vaccines that they had not been properly distributed through the counties. And in fact, some of them had actually spoiled because they had gone beyond their detention days.
Yeah, that's happening. I mean, this is a slow motion disaster, what's going on with the vaccine. We got this miraculous vaccine. We got it in less than a year. Other states are getting it out much quicker. And the governor and the mayor of New York City point fingers at each other and play the blame game. Meanwhile, the pandemic continues. The light at the end of the tunnel continues to be further away. because of infighting, because of incompetence, and we're very slow to get those needles in the arms, and until we do that, there's no chance of getting back to any kind of financial normalcy, even the New York version of financial normalcy. It's malfeasance, it's incompetence, it's a disgrace, and it's ironic for the guy who wrote the book on how to deal with crisis, the crisis of a pandemic.
I'm sure you got an autographed copy, didn't you, Kieran?
I did. I have a whole shelf full of them.
Now, one vital question.
Turn right on North 7th Street.
Who actually bought the book? To be honest with you, who's buying the book on how to deal with the pandemic? In the middle of the pandemic, was the guy who made the biggest mistake in the pandemic of all 50 states with his big nursing home decision, which led to several thousand maybe more.
Lobbyists who buy it, they distribute it, whether it's a virtual copy or a hard copy.
Continue 0.5 miles, then turn right on Roland Street.
Doing that, lost his speakership, lost his entire political career. But on to the note of the nursing home demise of so many of its clients. There was a time I thought the Democrats and Republicans there in the state assembly and state senate had reached an accord to have a full, drawn-up commission to investigate Cuomo's responsibility and his health care czar, Zucker. Whatever happened to that bipartisan effort to get down to the nitty-gritty details to basically source up for the taxpayers? What culpability did Cuomo and Zucker have?
You know, there was a lot of talk about that prior to the election when it was politically advantageous to talk about solving that problem and uncovering exactly what happened there, but then the election came and went. And I'm very surprised because for the first time, at least as long as I've been here, and the first time in many decades, Democrats have a supermajority in the Assembly, which they've always had, but now they also have a supermajority in the Senate. They can do anything they want. They can override any veto of the governor, yet they still seem to be intimidated by the governor and doing his bidding to a degree. And I'm not sure why that is. I don't understand the psychology there. Maybe they're waiting for the budget to get what they want in the budget, get the goodies they want and the priorities in the budget, and then they'll be a little bit tougher on Cuomo because the governor and the executive in the state has a lot of control over the budget process, and then they'll be a little harder on him. I'm waiting to see that, but we have no checks and balances in this state, but for some reason the Democrats and the supermajorities are intimidated by Cuomo when it comes to certain issues, namely this nursing home disaster.
Long before you had aspirations to enter the assembly, there was a young man. In fact, in a eulogy that Andrew Cuomo gave at his father's wake and funeral, he talked about
shine like a diamond.
Coco being even closer to Mario than he and Chris Cuomo. You mentioned intimidation. He was the intimidator. Kieran, he may have even visited you in your assemblymatic office by pulling the baseball bats out of the back of the trunk of his car and threatening to bend your leg and stick it in your pocket if you didn't do it the Cuomo way. But Coco is in jail where he belongs. He carries the code of Omerta. He will not give up Andrew Cuomo on this. So who is the new intimidator? Who fills the role of calling you Kieran? But
I don't think it really matters who's doing the bidding if everyone knows that Cuomo is behind it. And in the budget process, to use a Prococo term, Cuomo controls who gets the boxes of Vivi and how many boxes of Vivi that they get.
Of course. Well, we welcome you and consider yourself in the rotation. Various guests we will call upon from time to time, especially Kieran, when we're talking about Andrew Evil Eyes Cuomo, who people were afraid of. I noticed you do not surrender, you do not retreat from the Cuomo legacy. I salute you for that.
No problem. You know one thing that he mentioned in the State of the State yesterday was he wants even more absentee balloting. We don't have a big enough mess in that upstate New York 22nd Congressional District, but a mess around the country in large part due to absentee voting. And I don't agree with Jimmy Carter much, but even Jimmy Carter realized when he was asked to study that absentee balloting leads to problems. And Cuomo's pushing for unlimited absentee ballot. You don't even have to have an excuse for absentee ballot if Cuomo gets his way with one of the provisions he mentioned in the State of the State. That's a real problem.
And remember, that's because with Cuomo, any way that he can somehow create more and more political corruption, with the various boards of elections. That's the route you go. Or someone will emerge to bend your leg and stick it in your pocket.
This Saturday at 2 p.m. New York's former top cop, Bernard Carrick. He's been undercover, a commissioner of the NYPD, and now he's taking you behind the bag on 77 WABC. It's Behind the Bag with former NYC Police Commissioner Bernie Carrick. Former New York City Police Commissioner Bernard Carrick this Saturday at 2 p.m. 77 WABC.
You know, Chumbacoco, he's listening to this show now. Yeah, he's out. And he listens. Because he knows I've followed his legacy as the leg breaker fan through Evil Ice Cuomo. But the point being here is, you don't have to get roughed up to all of a sudden have emerging aches and pains. It comes with the territory in the aging process. And the way to remedy that is with Relief Factor. I told you, over and over again, it's inflammation that causes these immediate aches and pains to surface. These are not the ones that would cause you to have to go for a chiropractic adjustment or get a full body cast from the tip of your nose to the tip of your toes. We're talking, it turns you into a curmudgeon, turns you into someone, let's face it, people just don't want to be around because it affects your whole personality. That's why you got to get on the 3-week quick start program that I got on quite a while ago. And it costs you like $1 a day eventually, the price of a cup of coffee. And most importantly for you, the WABC listeners, it's $19.95. And I know you say, well, what am I paying for? It's the 100% drug-free supplement that 4 doctors had come up with to give you 4 different pathways to give you the fuel into your temple, your body, that can resolve most of these problems with flaring aches and pains. So do exactly what I did. Get on the 3-week quick start program by going to relieffactor.com. That's relieffactor.com. Or call 800, the number 4 relief. That's 800, the number 4 relief.
Frankie Russo, Saturday night into Sunday morning starting at midnight, right after Tony Orlando.
I'm back. This is a love me, hate me kid from Brooklyn, Frankie Russo. Deal with it. So now we're going to give you the presidential trivia update. And it's right on time because I know a lot of you feel that it is being used unfairly to tarnish and to chase the outgoing president of the United States, Donald Trump, and his consigliere, Rudy Giuliani, who you can hear at 3 today. But it's been used before against presidential candidates, not just, in this case, potentially used as part of maybe even criminal charges for inciting a riot under the act of sedition, or maybe even lead to civil penalties. We'll see where all of that winds its way to. And I know that many of you feel that it is the progressives, the far leftists, the crowd of AOC, all-out crazy, Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, and Bernie the Altacanta Sanders, who are dancing on the political grave of Donald Trump and Rudy Giuliani. Let me take you back in time. There's a guy born in Indiana, right? Indiana, the heartland of America. His name was Eugene V. Debs. And his political inclinations were to join the Democratic Party locally in Indiana, where he tried to run for office. But in addition to running for office, he got involved in union organizing activities. One stint that put him in the hairs of the criminal justice system, and he ended up being sent to prison for the very first time. He had an epiphany while in jail, and he decided he could no longer go the Democratic route. There was a growing socialist movement that was actually emerging worldwide at that time, globally. And he decided that unlike being a citizen of the state of Indiana, where Pence, the vice president, is from, or a citizen solely of the United States, he deemed himself a citizen of the world. And he joined the growing numbers of people who now were seeing themselves as socialists. the precursor to what we're seeing now, the Democrat Socialists of America, led by AOC. And as you know, she has been designated by Bernie the Akakaka Sanders to eventually run for the presidency, maybe even in 4 years. And we know that in a year or so, she's going to be challenging in a Democratic primary the schmuck-the-putz Chuck E. Cheese Schumer. But let's put all that aside. Why is Eugene V. Debs important? Because he had run for the presidency on the Socialist Party line a number of times. In fact, he had acquired 3% of the vote, 400,000 votes, in 1908. 400,000 votes. That's 3% of the total vote. And then we talked about this yesterday with Teddy Roosevelt in 1912. We talked about independent candidates. And because Teddy Roosevelt decided that he was going to challenge the Republican nominee, the very party that rejected him for a third term in office, Taft, it enabled Woodrow Wilson, the governor of New Jersey, to get elected. But also on an independent line was Eugene V. Debs. He got 6% of the vote, 900,000 votes in 1912. That's an incredible number. 6% of the total vote that went for Woodrow Wilson to become president, followed by the Republican Taft, who had been president, followed by Roosevelt, Teddy Roosevelt, who wanted to get back on the inside and not be on the outside looking in with his Progressive Party. It was called the Progressive Party that he renamed the Bull Moose Party. And then you had the Socialists. So what happened? Woodrow Wilson is president. We end up getting involved in World War I. Wilson, who had said he didn't want us to get involved in the European campaign involving the Germans.
$1 per day. Call 800-441-3680. That's 800-441-3680. Or go to MarleyDrug.com today.
Are you taking Cialis or Viagra? Marley Drug has generics of both for just $12 per tablet. That's a savings of $60 per dose. Marley Drug is an independent pharmacy delivering generic Cialis and Viagra to your door for $12 per tablet. Call Marley Drug at 800-441-3680. That's 800-441-3680. Again,
For buying a knickers.
800-441-3680.
Did you know that Mazda has the most 2020 IIHS top safety picks of any manufacturer and has been named the World Report? Ramsey Mazda invites you to visit RamseyMazda.com to see their great offers on the new 2020 Mazda CX-5. Stop in and take a test drive or comfortably shop from home and receive home delivery. Choose wisely. Choose Ramsey Mazda. Special offers available to quality.
Because I have been on a quest for the perfect insurance. 2008. I requested no less than 2008.
Hold on.
Well, you see.
Well, if you're going to do well customized and I'll save it.
That's the spirit.
Only pay for what you need at LibertyMutual.com.
Traffic and transit. After George Washington Bridge, a very big delay heading into the city. There's an accident on the upper deck involving two tractor trailers. We got a big jam up, over an hour jam up coming in from 8095 to the upper deck. And the Route 46 approach also packed up. There's a separate accident now.
Turn left on
the
Roebling
46
Street.
approach in the Bronx. Big jam up westbound on the Cross Bronx from the Vector to the GW. Both the north and southbound Beacon are jammed into the Cross Bronx. And you got an accident on the northbound Rector at Hunts Point Avenue. Traffic is bumper to bumper from the Triborough Bridge right on up to the accident site. I'm Jay Trelay, Stop Radio, 77 WABC.
So I'm back on track, ladies and gentlemen. From the outset, there were a few stumbles on my part. Like one of our initial callers who claimed that I had helped him with the English language, was clearly having problems. But he said I was putting him to sleep. So it made me somewhat paranoid about this broadcast that I'm doing. And then soon after, I forgot the name of my colleague that I've worked with for years, Bernard McGurk, going back to the Irish show. I could not grasp his name, and you know at my age.
Turn left on Roebling Street.
Times that I've been hit in the head. Multiple times, like a human pinata, I thought, this is their first time. It's like when you first lose the keys to your car or forget where the car is parked in the back underground parking lot of a nearby mall. You begin to wonder, is this just normal or is this the first time?
Drive 2.4 miles on Roebling
Turn
Street.
right on Fillmore Place.
Will really get me back on track because the chutzpah, the waivers, the coolions of the outgoing mayor, Comrade Bill de Blasio, the part-time mayor, the spoke from Park Slope, got dressed up in Met Gala with a number 6 on the back of his Met uniform, with that hat on, in his daily press conference, which is so depressing. So depressing. It's like there's a cloud.
Continue straight on Roebling Street.
And he was
Turn left on Roebling Street.
with the new owner, the billionaire Steve Cohen, of the New York Mets, because he said they had a historic agreement that Steve Cohen was going to provide the real estate at Citi Field, which actually is owned by the city, but the amenities so that it can become a 24/7, 365 vaccination center for all the vaccinations that clearly de Blasio has not distributed to the public. So he's trying to make up for lost time. I want you to listen.
In 300 feet, turn right on North 5th Street.
Tried to prevent Steve Cohen from formally being able to operate the New York Mets.
Turn right on North 5th Street.
Before the Lords of Major League Baseball. It's gone. Can you call Ray in here? Ray was supposed to have that all lined up, ready to go. I know there's a lot of things
In
going on
300
here
feet,
at WABC.
turn left on Havemeyer Street.
The broadcast is first and foremost before anything else. Our number is 1-800-848.
Turn left on
on Havemeyer Street.
1-800-848-9222. And let me assure you, ladies and gentlemen, yes, he is a big phony cross Olympic the part-time man that goes from Fox Sports in the last year. Because he was the guy who did everything in his power to win a key goal. Now remember, I don't really mind. I hate the New York Mets. I've hated them with a passion. I used to be a New York Yankee fan until all of a sudden, God bless America, was because of the actions of Yankee ownership, and all of a sudden they started to malign.
You've arrived at your destination.
And then you remember that statue was pulled down in front of the section in Philadelphia. We were never given a proper explanation for that. Randy Levine, vice president of operations for the New York Yankees, former deputy mayor of Rudy Giuliani, lifetime New York Yankees fan. In fact, I said to him, how could Randy do this? No protests, no Black Lives Matter, no nothing. That's it. No more Kate Smith, God bless America. Well, this is what Comrade DeRoggio had to say to his Newtown friends.
Head northeast on Havemeyer Street toward North 9th Street. In 500 feet, turn right on Union Avenue.
So let's get back to what we do best, which is taking phone calls. Our number is 1-800-848-WABC. That's 1-800-848-9222. Now, let me tell you why I'm having a problem here.
Turn right on Union Avenue.
With everything that Comrade Bill de Blasio is talking about when it comes to vaccinations, because he has now bumped up the teachers
in 500 feet, turn left on Beaker Avenue.
About 1.1 million students received the COVID-19 vaccine. When many of them refused to go in.
Turn left on Beaker Avenue. In 700 feet, turn right on Richardson Street.
1% of those who have been diagnosed to have coronavirus. And yes, there have been a few situations where whether it's a teacher, or it's a custodian, or a maintenance worker, or teacher's aide, or someone doing administrative work having coronavirus, and sometimes it gets things up. That's 1% compared to the positivity rate, which is now at 9% for the entire 5 boroughs of the city of New York. And I know it must be mind-boggling to many of you who are in school districts all throughout the tri-state area and beyond, where teachers, in some instances, have decided that they are not going to come into the classroom. So tell me why they're all of a sudden social workers. And then why should they are receiving the vaccine now? When there are so many other people who should be receiving it first.
Turn right on Richardson Street.
Anthony was calling from West Justin. You're going to be heard via WABC, Anthony. Hey, Curtis, how are you? I've been a days. The disqualificator has been giving me all kinds of problems here, so I'm
in a quarter of a mile, turn left on Kingsland Avenue.
So, if you tend to be at the lower end of the economic ladder, you tend to do prison time. If you tend to be further up the economic ladder, there are all kinds of provisions that you can avail yourself of to to avoid that, Anthony, and obviously if you have political connections, Anthony, that's the best of all.
Well, we understand that, right? But that's why people are revolting now. And that's why people are fed up with it.
Turn left on Kingsland Avenue, then turn right on Richardson Street.
The way things have been operating in Washington, D.C. for a long time. Let me give you a little backstory here. Let's go to the election of 2016. And remember, there was Trump on the outside as it was Bernie the out-the-caucus Sanders. Both of them said the system was rigged. Both of them were correct. There's absolutely no question about that they were correct. My wife Nancy, hardcore Bernie the out-the-caucus Sanders supporter, in fact went to Philadelphia at the convention and was with the protesters who were outside as they were attempting to influence the delegates on the inside.
Turn right on Richardson Street.
There was already a fait accompli, the nomination would go to Hillary. Whereas we saw with Trump,
you've arrived at your destination.
You have a good day.
He was, rather than saying essentially the same thing. So naturally you have people on the far left who are upset, people on the far right who were upset, who felt that they weren't necessarily being heard, they weren't necessarily being paid attention to. So history tells us, you want attention, you commit violent acts. You want attention to what it is that your beef is, commit a crime. There has to be repercussions, and there must be a system in which there are consequences for your actions. Because if you determine that your anger is going to be expressed in that manner through actual physical force or committing crimes, well, then you got to do the time, Anthony. Just like I told you, Eugene V. Debs, they charged him with sedition for simply saying to Americans, you shouldn't join the military, you shouldn't fight in World War I.
Yeah.
All right, good luck. Hopefully I made a point. 1-800-848-WABC.
Dr. Christopher Califay is board certified in family medicine, anti-aging medicine, and has a fellowship certification in stem cell therapy. Dr. Califay's comprehensive approach by evaluating all the causes of illness and taking into consideration a full understanding of each patient is what has made him a pioneer in the field of stem cell therapy. Schedule your consultation today in Garden City or Plainview, New York. Call 516-794-0404. 516-794-0404. Visit drcalifay.net. If you're dealing with a legal matter, the Staten Island law firm of Angeli & Gentili can help you walk with confidence. Angeli & Gentili are experienced with wills, trusts, estates, Medicaid applications, divorce, child support, and custody matters. They handle workers' comp, personal injury matters, real estate, and so much more. Contact Angeli & Gentili at 718-816-0005 and at aglawnyc.com. Legal offering mentioned in the text are not a guarantee of services and/or performance, as each case or matter is different and is judged on its own merit.
This is Curtis Brewer, and with the start of a new year, I need to tell you about a really important product where the stats are staggering. You all know me and how I feel about safety. I'm the founder and president of the Guardian Angels since 1979. But I'll bet you didn't know that 5,000 people choke to death each year in the United States. Choking is a leading cause of death in children. In fact, one child dies every 5 days from choking. And during a choking emergency, brain damage can occur in just 4 minutes. The LifeVac rescue device can stop these senseless tragedies, and it's the only non-invasive portable airway clearing device in the world. 100% effective and extremely easy to use. Just this holiday season, LifeVac was so thrilled to hear that a man's life was saved on Christmas Eve. That family will be forever grateful to LifeVac. To receive 10% off, use the code word WABC at checkout at lifevac.net. That's lifevac.net.
We've been waiting for COVID-19 vaccines to be developed. Now, waiting for them to get to us. But you can do more than wait. You have powerful ways to help slow the spread right now and protect your family and loved ones. Here's how. Watch your distance. Stay at least 6 feet away from folks you don't live with. It's risky to be indoors with them, too. And, of course, avoid crowds. Also, wear a mask. CDC reports masks protect the people who wear them and folks around them. And wash your hands.
Turn left on Debevoise Avenue.
Vaccines won't make COVID go away overnight, but they give us a real chance to finally overcome it. As long as we keep watching our distance, wearing our masks,
In 400 feet, turn left on Beetle Street. Then turn left.
CDC.gov/coronavirus. Brought to you by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services.
in your car, online, and at home. The Tri-State's most trusted voice on radio 77 WABC.
Turn left on Beetle Street. Then turn left on Kingsland Avenue.
I understand how one accident can turn the whole world upside down. I've been there. As a kid, I played a lot of ball on the street. I always played to win. As a lawyer, I make sure my clients know they're getting a winner. If you can told the person to lose it, give me a shot. I'm a fighter. Someone's going to swing for the fences to get you the money you deserve. I've been there. I now run D'Agostino & Associates, personal injury law firm I built right here in New York and New Jersey. For over 30 years, D'Agostino & Associates have been helping accident victims get every dollar they deserve. We've recovered millions of dollars for people just like you. Call now, 888-24-LAW-24. D'Agostino & Associates.
Turn left on Kingsland Avenue.
Free consultation. If you can't make it to us, we're going to come to you. I've been there. Call now, 888-24-LAW-24. 888-24-LAW-24. D'Agostino, law, fight back.
This hour sponsored by Liberty Mutual Insurance, where you only pay for what you need. Nobody should have to pay.
In 700 feet, turn right on Wood Point Road. Then turn right.
So you only pay for what you need. Customize and save with Liberty Mutual Insurance.
This is Curtis Miller for ImplantDentist.com. This family-owned dental implant practice is led by the father and son team, Doctors Alex and Jason Heck, who personally work with every patient from their first consultation to their new set of full or partial mouth dental implants. Now, if you're like me, you've been for decades, and now I'm sure paying the price. That's why I consulted with the experts, Doctors Alex and Jason. Forget those old-fashioned suction cup dentures that leave you open to infection and ridicule. Paperwood dentures have drastically reduced chewing function. Schedule your appointment today. Their South Shore, Staten Island office servicing New York and New Jersey, offering in-house financing plans. Take your life back and smile with confidence. All Doctors Alex and Jason at 646-217-4420.
Turn right on Wood Point Road. Then turn right on Frost Street.
Visit StattenIslandImplantDentist.com and tell them Curtis Miller sent you.
Balance of nature, fruits and vegetables in a capsule. Changing the world, one life at a time.
Turn right on Frost Street.
Really fantastic. You know, pretty active sports-wise and no muscle strain. I get up in the morning.
You've arrived at your destination.
I never get sick. I mean, literally, never get sick. And if I feel like there's a little something coming on, I'll take like the mega. Which is down.
Yeah.
Head west on Frost Street toward Manhattan.
Yeah, okay, I'll do it.
So now they're excited about
In a quarter of a mile, turn right on Manhattan Avenue.
No. Just mine that has the extra space. Like now we'll use all of the space. Because the other department seems to be quite focusing that I've got that extra for this year.
Yeah, and I mean, how much
In 1,000 feet, turn right, then turn left.
Don't waste any freaking space.
No, yeah.
No need to have a bathroom for like.
It's just party guest sex.
It's like 300 pounds, 400 pounds.
I did try and stay away from that line of topic, but of course he was less concerned with chocolates than he was that he was going to make money. And he was like, it's good news for you, and I was like, yeah, it's good news for you, mate. He said, that's good for you, right? This is about like see the buildings. But you know,
I can't believe why things keep being more expensive to buy than
I mean, the
Turn
reason
right
is
on
that
Manhattan
once-
Avenue.
two things.
Then turn left
Now,
on
first of all,
Meeker
the
Avenue.
brownstones are hard to come by, that are relegated. Secondly, this one has outdoor space and tons of light. And people are desperate for big windows and they're desperate for outdoor space. The only one that didn't have outdoor space is the one on the second floor. The bottom one is a big garden. It's up to the roof. So, people are mad for it.
Yeah.
It is nice.
So why does your country so?
I did not send them to you because I'm not sending them because I have life to do. So I was just like, I'm not going to bother.
Turn left on Meeker Avenue. Turn right on North 10th Street. Turn right on North 10th Street. In 400 feet, turn right.
Well, they're going to knock that, like, they're not going to be that door into the bathroom, they're going to knock the whole wall down. So it's going to be...
So you don't have any more the wall under the stairs? So it's completely open now, you don't have a single... What's even there?
Keep left to North 10th Street.
That's that door, and then there's a wall, a big wall towards the back. So that will all be gone.
This goes to, and this that goes in the back goes to.
That little thing is to clean that up, but that whole wall, anything on this side,
yeah, I get. So then where are we going to put it?
the wall stays.
How much do you get?
The wall stays.
This one, yeah, the inside.
Oh, sorry, what were you doing?
What about what I was talking about? It's like neighbors wall that continues under there.
In a quarter of a mile, turn left on Wythe Avenue.
Okay, so that's good because you only need like access there, so you can have shop here and here.
And as high and lengthy high.
Yeah, all the way to the top. Yeah, all the way to the top.
And I told them,
it's like a walk-in closet for cats.
Correct. And said, you've sold me me. You didn't sell it twice. So, and but yeah,
it's the same
this is your design, and you're going to move into the neighbour's homes. So, it's interesting you're bringing. Interesting you're bringing your fast. I just didn't think of it.
I don't know. I mean,
it's neither here nor there. It's just not very well. But
I mean,
in 1,000 feet, turn left.
No, and I don't lie when I say I just want the best ideas, and the best ideas come. I'll take it. So if anybody else, I'm just like, those are great ideas. Your ideas are fantastic. It's good. If they were like 25 grand, I'd be like, that's not perfect. They were like 5 grand. So yeah.
So that's really good because then you have so much storage.
Yeah, and I told them lighting. I said don't make it shit light. I said the opposite of being greedy. I don't go to Costco and like store up like flour. But if I had a pantry, maybe I would, or maybe I'll.
No, but that means you know, even if you buy like kitchen towels, you probably all there. Because these are things that's expensive and where to put it, so this is where you put it. Or even like extra bathroom stuff, or like just oil, or like battery. It can also be where you put
hardware stuff.
Yeah, like
that weird drawer that everyone has.
Toolbox or whatever.
Yeah, right. Toolbox.
No, but seriously, like, all the stuff are annoying. It's kind of
light bulbs and shit like that.
Yeah. Because
like a walk-in closet for light bulbs.
Well, you said you didn't have storage. That becomes your entire storage for everything. Except clothes.
Yeah, it should look good for, but I don't want it to. The thing is, I said to them, if you leave it the way it is just now, I will use it like a storage facility. What I mean is, if I just dump stuff in there, I know my habit. I'll just be like, I'll put it outside.
Turn left on Width Avenue.
Space I don't want to even open the door.
Well, that's why you need shelves. So everything is on shelves. As long as it's on shelves and you can see where it is, it's not like high maintenance.
No.
That's why, like, I don't think it should become high maintenance without like too much countertop or drawers and shit. Like, it should just be like straightforward.
In 900 feet, you'll arrive.
Teeth whitening thing we talked about before. You've got to get this other thing, and I was just like, no, I mean, it's 400 is good now. It's like.
I always never listen to them. Listen to Felix because he not too stupid. They're like, yeah, come back in a month just to check. And he was like, well, you know, if the gum stays like this, and it's don't do like it's so fine. I'm like, okay, never went back. The tooth stay the same, the gum stay the same. He's not in pain. Like, why would you have me just come by? Yeah, like fucking shit. It's just like trying to
I like to be in your research rights department after everything you're impressed.
Drop off Marie. You've arrived at your destination.
Is this us? Okay.
Okay, thank you. Have a good day.
Turn left. In 800 feet, you'll arrive. Charlotte at your destination.
Hello.
How you doing? Yeah. Okay. Well, wait, can you fix the seat belt? The what?
Oh yes, of course. Perfect.
Oh, sure.
Sir Charlotte?
Yeah.
Okay, it's very not far, but
Turn
No
left.
problem.
Then turn left.
No problem. Oh, there's no left turn. Go straight.
right on Driggs Avenue.
On 710 WOR.
Would be for the vice president to immediately invoke the 25th Amendment. They're going to go back, to the Olive Garden and to the Holiday Inn that they're staying at in the Garden Marriott. They stood up for nothing other than mayhem.
Freedom is back in style. Welcome to the revolution.
In a quarter of a mile, turn right on Broadway.
We played a lot yesterday on the program. A lot of liberal Democrats. And, Nancy Pelosi, people are going to do what they're going to do. And that's a myth. Jerry Nadler said. Kamala Harris goes on Colbert. Self-righteous as he is every day. He thinks a lot of himself. And he's not really funny. I wish he was funny. Jon Stewart was at least funny and smart. Anyway, they're not going to stop. They're talking about the mostly peaceful protests that have been going on at the time, June 17th. They're not going to stop, and everyone beware, because they're not going to stop. They have it teed up for you. Go play it.
But they're not going to stop. They're not going to stop. And this is a movement, I'm telling you. They're not going to stop. And everyone beware. Because they're not going to stop. They're not going to stop before Election Day in November, and they're not going to stop after Election Day. And that's what everyone should take note of that. And we should...
Turn right on Broadway.
They're not gonna stop. Everyone, you better beware. Because they're not gonna stop. They're not gonna stop before Election Day in November.
In 300 feet, turn right on Bedford Avenue. Then turn left.
You should take note of that on both levels. What does that mean?
Turn right on Bedford Avenue. Then turn left on South 6th Street.
We had 2,000 law enforcement officers injured.
Great, thank you.
25 civilian deaths. It's a cops side, too. 8,700 protests nationwide, and I do need to point out, a lot of people that protested were peaceful. Vast majority, peaceful, in the summer. But we saw what happened, city blocks taken over, and then they're praised by politicians. The summer of love zone, we're taking over city blocks. I'm not going to let the police get back in, no. Then take over police precincts, some burned to the ground. We'll look at, the number of police officers hurt. 574 of these 8,700 protests were declared as riots with violence and other criminal acts. The looting, the burning, the arson, the clashes with protesters and the police. Rocks, bricks, Molotov cocktail sticks, bats, and then guns in some places. 624 arsons. 97 police vehicles burned. What Kamala Harris said. Anyone in the media applying the same standard to her that they're applying to Donald J. Trump? President Trump? Have a cut of Maxine Waters. They're speaking at a dinner somewhere, a gala of some kind in New York City. And,
Turn left on Denham Place.
She told the crowd she was motivated to take Trump out. She got a massive ovation when she said it. Wow, what a moving evening.
You've arrived at your destination.
Okay, have a good day.
It's right here, yeah.
Thank you. Take care.
Perfect, thank you.
For sure.
Bye.
Even though I'll never meet him. One of
With this kind of information, I will go and take out Trump tonight. Play it.
Wow. What a movie. Evening this I am sitting here.
Turn left on Broadway, then turn left.
Watching, absorbing, thinking about Ali, even though I never met him. And with this kind of inspiration, I will go and take Trump out tonight.
I played a lot more, and I can, we have a lot of montages, but I did that yesterday. I don't want to repeat myself here. Now, I just want you to pay attention to the things that we're now debating. My colleague got a kick out of Ed Lieu, Republican members of Congress who decided insurrection should be prosecuted. There's going to be civil unrest and television here. Oh, okay.
Turn left on Berry Street, then turn right.
Now, you might not agree with Ted Cruz. You don't have to agree with anybody. You might agree with Trump. Sunday audit because old confidence levels for the election. 3% is not confidence level. They wanted to instill confidence in the election. I also disagree with the and they want it. Now you've got Homeland Security Committee chairman in the House, guy by the name of Benny.
I believe in litigation. And litigation is where, surrounding antitrust laws, restraint of trade, I can outline any number of legal theories that can work. The Pollard lawsuit has a chance of working because it's not about 230 immunity. It's about restraint of trade. They are trying to knock Pollard out of business, and Pollard has become, over recent weeks, as they have become more and more left-wing socialist and even communist, Pollard has gained enormous audience. In fact, it is gaining audience faster than Twitter, which frightened Twitter, and Twitter entered into a restraint of trade agreement with other companies to wipe out Pollard and succeeded. That is a criminal violation. That is a civil violation. That is a violation of the antitrust laws, and I don't know how bad the erosion in the state and the Justice Department is, and how bad the deep state is, but I have to hope that intelligent lawyers there see that. And if they don't, private lawyers will see it, like the lawyers for Pollard, and bring it to the courts. And let's hope the courts have retained at least that level of intellectual honesty.
Turn left onto Havermeer Street,
The Democrats
then
are
turn
now pushing
left.
for impeachment. At a time they want to unify. Are you capable of picking out phonies? Do you realize how phony that is? They want to unify, and they're going to impeach him on a bull-ass charge. Completely bull-ass. The president gave a speech that was perfectly normal. The president has given very, very emotional speeches that have led to high levels of emotional excitement. You look at this crowd, that didn't happen. They weren't jumping out of their seats angry and yelling and screaming. A little bit, not much because it was very cold. I got up and I gave a speech, and I thought the response was kind of moderate speech, not overwhelmingly emotional, as some that I've given have provoked. And my speech was after 2 hours of running everything to the Capitol. I'd have been forgotten by then. Hardly acted as any kind of motivator for it. President's speech didn't.
Turn left on South 4th Street, then
Don
take
Jones'
left ahead.
speech didn't. None of the speeches did because this was being prepared weeks before. What was going on in the Capitol was totally separate from what was going on at the rally. It was organized by many, but in part we have a January 1st invitation from Black Lives Matter. We have a January 2nd invitation from Black Lives Matter and Antifa. We have a January 3rd training film on how the Antifa people should conduct themselves at the riot that they're going to conduct, which is totally separate from the rally. We have a follow-up introduction on July 5, making sure everybody is there. We have videos of the Antifa people leading through the Capitol. Probably the most significant and most violent act that was done under, appears to be the direction of Antifa. You watched the tape yourself. That was the murder that took place. There were other people involved, but one of the prime organizers of this event was Antifa, and the gentleman involved in it had organized a similar event in Utah where a death occurred, and his name is John Sullivan. And his brother is the strongest witness against him, who tweeted out that his brother, John, is a member of Black Lives Matter. He is a member of Antifa, that his brother was doing terrible things, planning to do and doing terrible things at the Capitol to try to blame these things on Donald Trump. And these dishonest politician Democrats, who have tried for 5 years to pin phony raps on Trump, want to do one more dishonest desecration of our Constitution. It's a shame. I hope it doesn't happen. If it does happen, same thing will happen as before. It'll backfire. And believe it or not, the president will become coming up. If you are in chat with the mayor, call me on the Tunnel to Towers Foundation hotline at 1-800-848-WABC 9222. Help Tunnel the Towers to do good. Donate $11 a month at T2T.org. That's T, the number 2, T.org. Call me on 1-800-848-9222. You hear me discuss this fight that's going on now? Listen to my podcast. Really listen to the one that was banned. Boy, that's one of our best. I think it was up to almost 100,000 before they banned it. That's what, I am sorry, I am corrected by Christianity at 700,000 votes. 700,000. We have 700,000 people that scared the living people might find out the truth that BLM and Antifa were involved in the riot and admitted it on tape. And boy, was that a screwed up homicide. Let's see how the DC police investigate that one. So to see that, you've got to now go to Rumble. And you're going to get the whole thing on Rumble. Go to Rudy'sCommonSense.com and then go to Rumble. And then subscribe on Rudy'sCommonSense.com, because within a few days you'll get all the podcasts. They'll all be there. And the new one that's coming up that I'm working on today goes into much more detail and proves beyond a doubt that the charges, once again, that the House are about to bring are, let's see if I can recite it all, false, phony, lies, exaggerated, fantasy, sick, and an indication that if we're not careful, our republic is falling apart. To listen to us on Alexa, simply say, Alexa, enable the 77 WABC skill.
Long Island's news and talk station is 107.1 and 77 WABC.
The Tunnel to Towers Foundation has been supporting America's frontline heroes since September 11th. And this year marks 20 years since that day and the start of the foundation. Tunnel to Towers has a special place in my heart, and I'm proud to say I've been with them from the very beginning. When a first responder or military service member doesn't come home and young children are left behind, Tunnel to Towers pays off their mortgage to lift the financial burden and bring their family stability. For catastrophically injured veterans and first responders, Tunnel to Towers builds mortgage-free smart homes, enabling our most severely injured heroes to live more independent lives. I'm asking you to support this amazing cause that's committed to honoring our nation's heroes and ensuring people never forget September 11th. Help Tunnel to Towers do good. Donate $11 a month at T2T.org. That's T2T.org. Thank you. I learned a lot this past year about home title theft. Here's how the crime happens. Illegal titles to our homes are kept online where they can be hacked. A cyber thief finds your home's title, forges your signature on a quitclaim deed stating you sold your home to him.
Then he takes out loans against your home until your equity is gone. You won't know until the collection calls pour in. You're not protected by insurance, your bank, or common identity theft programs. Home title lock protects you, and in the unlikely event you become a victim of title theft, while a member, Home Title Lock will spend up to $250,000 in legal fees to help restore your home title. Go to HometitleLock.com and register your address to see if you're already a victim. Then use code RADIO for 33 days of protection. That's code RADIO at HometitleLock.com. Here's your warning here from my friends at Big John's Moving and Storage. A 40-plus year operation. Call 1-800-BIG-JOHN. Mention radio to get 1-3. That shows you about their top-shelf classic moving business. Which I know firsthand having used 1-800-BIG-JOHN. I'm here to tell you today, 1-800-BIG-JOHN has the most state-of-the-art private hospital service. Store at the facility. 1-800-BIG-JOHN Storage is trusted by the most celebrated auction houses in the world. 1-800-BIG-JOHN is where I trust and recommend storage to be the most prized possession and it's worth. 1-800-BIG-JOHN. BigJohnsMoving.com. Mention radio and you get one free month. Investors like appreciation with high cash flow. The Federal Reserve is boosting real estate markets now with super low long-term interest rates. And where we build, it's booming. Founded in 2006 with a 15-year track record, NRIA gives you steady cash flow backed by $1.2 billion of new construction development. NRIA is accepting investors for our Class A real estate fund. You'll receive reliable 10% return electronic payments, passive tax-deferred income with benefits to 21% on prime residential buildings. You're inflation protected with large rental buildings and diversified in 18 prime real estate developments, avoiding stock market risk. Call us now and do the math on our prime development. See for yourself. NRIA. Come to the math. It works. Just call 201-210-2727. That's 201-210-2727. An offer to buy or sell any security.
Use the right lane to exit right to Clinton Street.
No guarantee of future results. Returns are annualized. National is a real estate development firm. See us at NRIA.com. Here's a message just for the attorneys out there. So you passed the bar, joined a firm, or even built your own. Now are you finding out that you're doing more administration than actual law practice? Lexicon can help. Lexicon is a legal services and technology provider with over a decade of experience streamlining administrative tasks like timekeeping, HR, billing, client intake, and more, so you can focus on maximizing billable hours and increasing client satisfaction. Call 855-4-LEXICON or visit lexiconservices.com/go to learn more.
Now on 77 WABC, it's time for the former mayor of New York City, America's mayor, Rudy Giuliani.
Now I get to chat with you on Chat with the Mayor. So let's head to the Tunnel Towers Foundation hotline at 1-848-WABC. Donate $11 a month to the Tunnel Towers Foundation at TNT.org. So let's go to Alex in Brooklyn.
Great to be on with you. President Trump is now responsible for what happened to the Capitol because in November 3rd there have been a few protests, and the only violence that were these protests for Washington against this election was when Antifa attacked innocent Trump supporters.
You've arrived at your destination.
What happened at the Capitol on January 6th to Antifa during the summer because Antifa only burned down shops. By the way, those shops they burned down had nothing to do with protesting, but Antifa also, they tried to attack the government buildings, federal buildings, and if they in the summer knew that they would be able to attack the Capitol, they would certainly know that there's good security over there.
Pardon me?
If Antifa in the summer knew that they'd be able to attack the Capitol, they would certainly do so. But there's very good security over there, so that's why they weren't able to. But now the security, it was set up so that people should be able to...
They let them in. They let them in.
They let them in. But I also say... why you can't compare Antifa to what happened in the Capitol is because Antifa burned down shops of people, whereas the people that attacked the Capitol, if it was Trump supporters, they went to attack the place where the politicians that are hurting them get together.
Well, I would have to say, Alex,
it would be like Antifa. It would be like Antifa going and burning down the house of the cop that murdered George.
I got you.
But I think
to the Capitol.
I think those distinctions about various levels of violence don't help very much because violence is really, really bad. And I think we have to recognize we're held to a different standard. Antifa can burn down 4,000 buildings. Antifa can burn down a city. Antifa can kill 3 people. And Antifa can result in 3 or 4 cops getting killed in the name of Antifa. And then George Soros is still going to donate billions of dollars to them. Black Lives Matter is going to be all over the ballparks in the NBA. And somehow our culture has come to honor them and put them in a place where these murderers, these killers of cops, and these haters of white people.
Okay, thank you everybody. We'll be in touch.